Week 2, Strategic Integration of Emerging Technologies. Introduction. In this unit, you will explore how emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, and the Internet of Things, IT, are reshaping industries and influencing global security frameworks. These technologies are driving significant changes in automation, data management, and decision-making processes, which are critical for maintaining a competitive edge in today's rapidly evolving business environment. Through engaging videos and thought-provoking readings, you will critically examine the benefits these technologies offer, along with the ethical, social, and legal challenges they introduce. The content is designed to help you evaluate the strategic adoption of these technologies, understand the complexities involved in their integration, especially during crises, and assess how they are altering security dynamics on both a national and international level. In Topic 1, you will explore the profound impact that emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, and the Internet of Things, IT, are having on various industries and global security landscapes. Through engaging video content and thought-provoking readings, you will analyze how these technologies are driving automation, data management, and decision-making processes while also considering the ethical, social, and legal challenges they pose. This unit will guide you in evaluating the strategic adoption of these technologies, the complexities of their integration during crises, and the evolving security dynamics that accompany their widespread use. Introduction. Technological change has given rise to new ways in which entities can create, deliver, and capture value to customers in order to generate revenue. In other words, new business models. Osterwalder, 2004, page 15. Osterwalder and Pugner, 2005, page 13. It is important for entities to stay up to date with new information technologies and trends. At the same time, in order for information technology, IT, to add value to an entity, it is essential to achieve strategic alignment between the IT and business strategies of an entity. Institute of Directors, Southern Africa. 2016, page 62, Juiz, Gomez, and Barcelo. 2012, page 70, Wilkin and Chinhall. 2010, page 113. The fourth edition of the King Report on Corporate Governance for South Africa, King 4, Principle 12 requires, amongst other things, that IT should add value to the entity through investments in both information and technology, and that alignment between an entity's business and IT strategies, business IT alignment, should be enabled at two levels. Firstly, entities should capitalize on technological developments by incorporating it into the business model of the entity. Institute of Directors, Southern Africa, 2016, page 63. In the second place, entities' technology architecture should enable the achievement of their overall business strategy. Institute of Directors, Southern Africa, 2016, page 63. Extensive prior research has been conducted to determine the way in which rapidly evolving technology and the Internet can be incorporated into business models. Osterwalder and Pugner, 2005, pages 6 to 7. Were pioneers in defining the concept of the business model and concluded that a close correlation exists between the prominence of the concept of business models and the introduction of the Internet into the business sphere towards the late 1990s. Teese, 2010, page 173, analyzed the importance of business models and found that, in order to benefit from innovation, attention needs to be paid to business model design and the impact of, amongst other factors, evolving technology on the design of business models. During subsequent research conducted, Osterwalder and Pugner, 2013, page 238, remarked that IT can assist researchers in the strategic management field to investigate the process of generating business models. In order to design an entity's technology architecture in alignment with its business strategy, entities should also consider how the business model influences the IT-related decisions made in entities. Kloss, 2017. Page 392. De Haes and Van Grembergen, 2009. Page 124. Institute of Directors, Southern Africa. 2016. Page 63. Both senior management of the business and IT specialists should be engaged in the design, implementation, running, and revision of IT solutions. Bowen, Chung, and Rohde, 2007, page 191. Goosen, 2012. Pages 14 to 15. Rudman, 2011, page 37. This will enable the achievement of business IT alignment, as required by King 4, Institute of Directors, Southern Africa, 2016, pages 62 to 63. The business side of an entity consists of senior management responsible for designing and implementing the business objectives and implementing the structures, processes, and mechanisms to address IT governance. Institute of Directors, Southern Africa, 2009, page 83. Information technology specialists represent the senior management of the IT department of the entity responsible for implementing IT solutions and control techniques on a component level in order to achieve IT governance objectives. Goosen, 2012, pages 14 to 15. Rudman, 2011, page 37. Despite the emphasis King 4 places on the importance of alignment between the IT department and business, miscommunication between senior management and IT specialists often take place. Rudman, 2011, pages 37 to 39. This statement is supported by a McKinsey & Company survey that indicated that IT managers are not collaborating with senior management, and as a result, the IT department does not fully support the overall business strategy. Kahn, Reynolds, and Schrey, 2016. The vast majority of respondents of the survey, however, agree that IT should play a partner role in the business and that entities whose IT departments are actively involved in the overall business strategy of the entity perform its core services far better than entities whose IT departments function in isolation. Kahn et al., 2016. Furthermore, the findings for the fourth successive survey indicate a major gap between the way in which senior management and the IT function view the top priorities of the IT function. Kahn et al., 2016. For the purpose of this study, this will be referred to as the IT gap. As a result of the IT gap, entities currently follow an unstructured approach towards the implementation of IT solutions. The IT gap arises because there is a divergence in objectives between senior management and the IT function. The differences in objectives arise from the nature of their respective work and the tools they use. Management employs business model design tools, such as the Business Model Canvas, while IT management uses governance frameworks, such as the Control Objectives for Information and Related Technologies, COBIT. In order for value to be generated, there is a need for a tool, framework, or approach that will help to align these models. Research problem, objective, and motivation. Even though extensive research has been conducted on the manner in which technology can be incorporated into the design of business models, research relating to the design of technology architecture in line with the unique business models of entities, which should enable the achievement of an entity's overall business strategies, Boshoff, 2014, is not readily available. Previous studies by Inter alia, Goosen and Rudman, 2013, and Smith, 2009, attempted to develop business imperatives that can be used as IT objectives. However, These studies were not complete since they were not linked to established models or frameworks and were not grounded in theory. This study proposes to address this gap in research by developing a comprehensive list of business imperatives that can be used by senior management and IT specialists by making use of two theoretical models. The board of directors are responsible for the implementation of the entity's overall strategies, whether it be business strategies or IT strategies. Generic business model design tools are available to assist senior management or business in formulating its business objectives, which must be achieved through the execution of business and IT strategies. King 4 places the responsibility of alignment between the business and IT objectives of an entity on the board of directors. Institute of Directors, Southern Africa, 2016, page 63. The implementation of effective technology and information management should, however, be delegated to management. Institute of Directors, Southern Africa, 2016, page 62. An entity's strategic business objectives are achieved by means of both the basic business assumptions and business imperatives. Boshoff, 2014. Basic business assumptions represent generic objectives that are not unique to specific entities. Boshoff, 2014. And the implementation of basic IT solutions and internal controls are sufficient to govern these basic business assumptions. Goosen and Rudman, 2013, page 95. This does not represent business IT alignment, and the IT gap can only be bridged by aligning business imperatives, which are unique to each entity, with the technology architecture of an entity. Boshoff, 2014. Therefore, the business objectives derived from business model design tools must further be converted into business imperatives and objectives for the IT department in order for IT managers to implement the appropriate IT strategy that will result in the implementation of the appropriate technology architecture and for business and IT managers to work towards a common goal. Figure 1 illustrates the problem statement and the objective of the study. Figure 1. Problem statement and objective. The objective of this study is to develop a comprehensive list of business imperatives that can be used by senior management and IT specialists in an entity to design technology architecture in line with an entity's business objectives. The alignment of technology architecture with business objective will take place through the IT objectives. Consequently, the problem statement addressed in this paper is the misalignment between the business and IT objectives of entities. It is largely caused by miscommunication between senior management and IT specialists and misalignment of priorities and a divergence of objectives. The output of this research is of value to management charged with the responsibility of executing the alignment between the technology architecture and business objectives of an entity. Institute of Directors, Southern Africa, 2016, page 63. The comprehensive list of business imperatives that can be customized by management to an entity's unique context will improve alignment between the business and IT objectives of an entity. As a by-product, the output of this research will include structured guidance that can be used to improve communication between senior management and IT specialists. Furthermore, entities will also be provided with a tool that can be used to evaluate whether its current technology architecture supports its business objectives. With the growing importance of IT in businesses, the research adds to the growing body of interdisciplinary research. Bishop, 2018, Enslin, 2012, Kruger, 2012, Sod and Rudman. 2017, in the field of corporate governance and IT. Methodology. In order to provide management with a comprehensive list of business imperatives, a qualitative study grounded in theory was conducted. The study commenced with a systematic literature review to gain an understanding of literature about business models and how they are supported by IT strategies, governance, and the impact of technology architecture. Literature was also reviewed around the topic of business IT alignment. As suggested by Sylvester, Tate, and John Stone, 2011, pages 1203 to 1204, initial searches relating to the broad concepts addressed by the study were conducted. During the mapping stage, the focus of the searches were narrowed to yield more refined results. During the appraisal stage, 108 sources were read in full, and the most prominent concepts were grouped together. The analysis of the various texts during the synthesis stage resulted in a structured document in which the key theoretical concepts could be understood. Once the key theoretical concepts were understood, a business model design tool and a governance framework was selected. The motivation, therefore, are discussed in the following section. Business model design tools are available to determine the business objectives of an entity. For the purpose of this study, these business objectives were converted into objectives for the IT department in the form of business imperatives. These can be used to avoid miscommunication between senior management and IT specialists to close the IT gap. In order to compile a comprehensive list of business imperatives and provide management with guidance on the design of its technology architecture in line with its business imperatives, the following steps were followed. The Business Model Generation, Osterwalder, Pigner and Clark, 2010, a book which sets out the elements of the Business Model Canvas, a tool designed by Osterwalder, Pigner and Clark, 2010, that can be used to describe the elements of an entity's business model, was studied in detail. Since the Business Model Canvas only highlights broad principles, its building blocks were converted into a list of potential business imperatives that serve as the key driving forces of an entity. The detailed descriptions of the business imperatives identified during the systematic literature review, discussed above, were used to expand the definitions of the building blocks of the business model canvas in more detail and with an IT focus. This also serves to identify business imperatives not identified by previous authors. Table 1, A1, included in Appendix 1, contains the conversion of the building blocks into the detailed business imperatives. The business imperatives were mapped against the enabling processes of COBIT 5. This was done to identify those business imperatives which are achieved when the COBIT processes are effectively implemented and therefore can be used to bridge the IT gap. The business imperatives and the mapping to the COBIT enabling processes relevant to an entity could be used by senior management and IT specialists as a basis of discussion to determine the technology architecture required to give effect to the business imperatives of the entity. Refer to the Practical Implication for Management section. This improved communication will enhance alignment between the business and IT objectives of an entity. Figure 2. Figure 2. Identification of business imperatives that serve as both business, through Business Model Canvas building blocks, and IT objectives, through the COBIT enabling processes. As previously noted, previous researchers did not create a complete list of business imperatives. Validity and rigor are added to qualitative research by anchoring research in theory, a model, or a framework. Therefore, academic rigor is added to this research by the use of two established models and as such is grounded in management theory. The use of established models and frameworks also ensure the completeness of the business imperatives identified. Using the comprehensive list of business imperatives improves business IT alignment. As Raj Kumar, 2017, 227, argued, the problem with research not grounded in management theory and guides developed by professional bodies is that the methodology it employs is in most cases not scientific methods, and as such may not be complete. Concepts underlying this research. Before a comprehensive list of business imperatives can be developed, it is necessary to discuss the core concepts underlying this research. This section commences by creating a common understanding for the need to comprehend business models and governance frameworks, followed by a discussion on the need for alignment. Basic business assumptions relate to the way in which an entity's operations are managed. Boshoff, 2014. Its implementation is essential in order for an entity to perform its basic day-to-day tasks efficiently and effectively in its specific business environment. Boshoff, 2014. Goosen and Rudman, 2013, page 95. Basic business assumptions are expected to be established in every entity and is not unique to specific entities or industries. Boshoff, 2014. Examples of basic business assumptions include inter alia, that all entities are profit-orientated, transact across all business processes, comply with general laws and regulations applicable to all entities, and consider cash flow and business continuity to be of critical importance. Boshoff, 2014. Goosen and Rudman, 2013. Page 95. Basic IT solutions and internal controls are implemented in order to govern basic business assumptions. Goosen and Rudman, 2013, page 95. This, however, does not constitute business IT alignment. Boshoff, 2014. Business imperatives expand beyond the basic business assumptions and are those essential driving forces which need to be implemented in an entity and executed extraordinarily well for an entity to meet its strategic objectives. Boshoff, 2014. Business imperatives act as the key driving forces of an entity, and the successful execution thereof will give the entity a competitive advantage in its specific environment. Boshoff, 2014. Business imperatives are therefore influenced by the context of an entity and determines the technology architecture which has to be governed. Boshoff, 2014. The context of an organization consists of internal factors relevant to an entity, as well as external forces. Boshoff, 2014. The internal factors can be summarized by its business model, which is in turn continually influenced by ever-changing external forces such as competition, social, legal, or technological changes surrounding an entity, making each entity's business model unique. Kloss, 2017, page 387. Osterwalder, 2004, page 16. A business model is a theoretical tool which contains the elements of an entity and the relationships between these elements. Osterwalder et al., 2010, pages 15 to 19. It provides the business context and mechanisms on how to achieve the entity's strategic objectives. Osterwalder, 2004, page 14. And ultimately represents an entity's unique money-earning logic in the form of its customer relationships, value propositions, and value networks. Osterwalder, 2004, p. 15. Osterwalder and Pigner, 2005, page 13. Thies, 2010, page 174. Spieth, Schneckenberg and Rickett, 2014, page 243, as well as Chesbrough, 2010, page 359, view the business model canvas developed by Alexander Osterwalder as a popular and rigorous business model design tool. Kloss, 2017, page 387, studied 19 sources containing 16 different conceptualizations of business models and business model innovation. He found that the components of the business models investigated can be grouped into 3 categories, namely value creation, value capture, and value proposition. The 9 building blocks of the business model canvas address all 3 of these categories. Kloss, 2017, page 387. Osterwalder et al., 2010, pages 16 to 17. Osterwalder, 2004, page 16, describes the business model's position in the entity as a theoretical link between business strategy, information and communication technology, and business organization. Business models can therefore be used to ensure a shared understanding of these three aspects by all parties involved, thereby ensuring that IT solutions are implemented in alignment with the business strategy. Osterwalder, 2004, page 16. The effectiveness of IT solutions is, however, not guaranteed upon implementation and is greatly dependent on well-implemented IT governance structures. Binabas and Bakery, 2014, page 261, Wu, Straub, and Liang, 2015, page 498. IT governance is of critical importance to ensure that IT solutions implemented deliver the intended value to an entity and to ensure that IT supports an entity's strategies and objectives. De Haes and Van Grembergen, 2009, p. 135, IT Governance Institute, IDGI, 2003, page 10, Juiz and Toomey, 2015, page 59, Wu et al., 2015, page 498. One way of achieving effective IT governance, as required by King 4, Institute of Directors Southern Africa, 2016, page 62, is by implementing an IT governance framework. There are many IT governance frameworks such as Inter alia, Prince2, Projects in Controlled Environments, ITIL, Information Technology Infrastructure Library, and COSO. The Committee of Sponsoring Organizations of the Treadway Commission, each with a different purpose. Control Objectives for Information and Related Technologies is a well-known IT governance framework which incorporates the principles of various other IT standards, including ITIL, ISO/IEC 38500, ISO 17799, and Capability Maturity Model Integration. Joshi, Ballin, Hassink, De Haes, and Van Grembergen, 2018, page 369. The implementation of COBIT as an IT governance framework assists entities in achieving IT governance objectives, and it plays a critical role in aligning business and IT objectives. De Haes, Van Grembergen, and Debrasini, 2013, page 312, Morales, 2014. By means of a thorough investigation of the COBIT 5 Toolkit, ISACA, 2013, it is clear that COBIT 5 highlights certain business objectives which should be supported by IT in such a way that the entity ultimately extracts maximum value from IT in the most cost-effective manner. COBIT 5 highlights the purpose of its enabling processes in describing the goals that will be achieved when implementing these enabling processes and their underlying governance practices. The purpose of the enabling processes and governance practices can be aligned with the business imperatives identified for the purpose of the study. Successful alignment will identify the business imperatives that serve as both business objectives and objectives for the IT department of an entity and could act as the basis to bridge the IT gap in order to ultimately achieve alignment between business and IT at the technology architecture level. King 4 requires alignment between IT and the strategic and operational objectives of the entity. Institute of Directors Southern Africa, 2016, page 63. Strategic alignment, i.e. the alignment between business and IT objectives, is one of the focus areas of IT governance, IDGI, 2008, page 32, and can, in fact, be seen as the key to the achievement of IT governance. ITGI, 2003, page 22, Wilkin and Chinhal. 2010, page 107. Strategic alignment will enable an entity to extract the desired value from their IT-related investments. Juiz et al., 2012, page 70. Teese, 2010, page 186. Wilkin and Chinhall, 2010, page 113. The IT Governance Institute, IDGI, 2003, page 22, claims that business IT alignment cannot be separated from the mere concept of IT strategy as it needs to support the overall strategy of the entity. In order to successfully determine the way in which the technology architecture of an entity should be designed in order to enable the achievement of the entity's overall business objectives, the business objectives need to be converted into objectives for the IT department. Wu et al., 2015, page 504. These objectives should then form the basis of the IT strategy in order to facilitate successful alignment with the business strategy. Wu et al., 2015, page 504. In order to successfully execute this process, clear communication between senior management and IT specialists is needed. However, miscommunication often occurs between senior management and IT specialists as a result of IT specialists' lack of understanding of the business objectives and the importance of IT governance and senior management's lack of understanding of IT. Goosen and Rudman, 2013, page 94, Osterwalder, 2004, page 16, Rudman, 2011, page 37. Identifying a comprehensive list of business imperatives relevant to an entity and determining how the technology architecture of an entity can be adapted to support these business imperatives will facilitate communication between senior management and IT specialists. Bahoff, 2014. Findings. In order to create a comprehensive list of business imperatives that can be used as both business objectives and objectives for the IT department, generic business objectives derived from the business model canvas were converted into objectives for the IT department. These business imperatives were then mapped against COBIT 5 in order to identify the business imperatives that will be enabled by the implementation of COBIT 5. Redefining business model canvas building blocks to business imperatives. The business model canvas was studied to identify generic business objectives relevant to entities. These business objectives were converted into potential business imperatives in Table 1, A1, included in Appendix 1. From the systematic literature review, 29 potential business imperatives were identified. The previous studies that attempted to identify business imperatives did not identify all the business imperatives, nor did they do so in a comprehensive manner, linking the business imperatives to a theoretical model or framework. The business imperatives, BI1, BI29, contained in Table 1, A1, included in Appendix 1 can be further explained as follows. High throughput, BI1 in a mass market environment. For example, high throughput of products or services is essential. Boshoff, 2014. Customer-centric, BI2 entities look towards its customers in order to determine how its products should be developed or its services adapted. Boshoff, 2014. Brown, 2012. One way of achieving this is through targeted marketing towards customers, addressing their specific requirements. West, Ford, and Ibrahim, 2015, page 152, and potentially customizing products or services to meet customers' needs. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 23. Educating customers and thereby influencing their decisions can be equally as important as receiving information from customers. Schrage, 2015. Low costs. BI3 reducing operational and/or product costs can lead to a bigger profit margin. Boshoff, 2014. Drury, 2015, page 13. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 25, 41. Or products and services can be delivered at a lower cost than those of an entity's competitors. Kark, White, and Briggs, 2015, page 53. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 24. This makes products or services more accessible to the client base. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 25. Diverse products or lines of business. BI for certain entities are dependent on various income streams from diverse customer segments. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 21, in order to remain profitable. E.g., those who provide seasonal products or services and entities who provide products at a minimal cost or no profit, while providing additional complementary products or services that are more profitable. Boshoff, 2014. Productivity and efficiency. BI5 certain entities, for example those in the manufacturing industry, have to manage their operations in a productive and efficient manner. Goosen and Rudman, 2013, page 98. While Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 35, states that simply assisting clients in getting the job done can be an important part of an entity's business model. Reduction of delivery/cycle time. BI6 entities need to minimize the time from the development phase of a new product to delivering it to the market and reduce the time spent on non-value-adding activities. To ensure availability of products. Drury, 2015, page 14, 569. Product-centric. BI7 entities focus on the capabilities, skills, and available resources within the entity to determine how its products or services should be developed. Boshoff, 2014. Brown, 2012. Innovation. BI8 entities striving to be innovative leaders, also referred to as first movers, should be the first to, amongst other things, produce new products, deliver innovative, new services, employ certain processes, or develop specific standards. Goosen and Rudman, 2013, page 97. Kim, 2012, page 142. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 23. Smith, 2009, page 10. Fast follower. BI9 according to Kim, 2012, page 142. The profit-making strategy of a fast follower is to utilize the products, services, standards, or processes developed by first movers in order to gain benefits from it. According to Snow, as cited by Sieve, 2014, fast followers experience an average failure rate of 8% compared to a failure rate of 47% experienced by first movers, largely as a result of first movers experiencing a lot of difficulties which fast followers can learn from. Rapid adaptability. BI10 entities, as well as its employees, need to be increasingly resourceful, adaptable, and tolerant of uncertainty in order to function at an optimum level in today's rapidly changing environments. Polakos, Arad, Donovan, and Plamondon, 2000, page 612. Distributed branches and processes. BI11 having multiple branches in order to reach a wider customer base, possibly distributed over a wide geographical area, is of critical importance to some entities, for example, retail outlets. Boshoff, 2014. This could include an entity's own stores or partner stores and other channels, like partner-owned websites. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 27. The Internet has enabled all entities to sell their products over a wide geographical area. Boshoff, 2014. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 27. Accessibility of products or services could be of the utmost importance. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 25. Furthermore, large-scale operations may consist of multiple locations, such as production plants and warehouses. Boshoff, 2014. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 35. Similar processes will be implemented at the various locations, which could possibly be distributed over a wide geographical area. Boshoff, 2014. Distributed/hybrid project teams, BI 12 certain industries necessitate team members involved in the same project to work from different locations. Boshoff, 2014, Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 27. Team members of hybrid project teams work towards a common goal and work mostly virtually and only communicate in person occasionally. Bard, 2015, pages 5 to 6. Low level of skills required/available. BI 13 semi-skilled or unskilled employees whose salaries or wages contribute to a lower cost base will be employed for routine-based tasks in entities aiming for low payroll costs. Boshoff, 2014. Reduction of downtime/reliability of systems. BI 14 in the e-commerce environment system downtime can be detrimental to the success of the entity. Smith, 2009, page 10. In other environments, such as retail or manufacturing entities, the systems needed for the operation of point-of-sale systems and manufacturing equipment are imperative to the success of an entity. Boshoff, 2014. Upskilled workforce/decentralization of authority. BI 15 employee morale is increased when employees are allowed to make decisions without supervision or approval from management, which decreases cycle time, improves flexibility in the process, and increases the effectiveness and efficiency of processes. Drury, 2015, page 14. Push or pull operations. BI 16 according to Bowersox, Kloss, Bixby Cooper and Bowersox, 2013, page 19. An anticipatory or push model requires of management to anticipate customers' demands and plan production accordingly. A pull model, otherwise referred to as a responsive model, Bowersox et al., 2013, page 20, on the other hand, refers to an approach whereby the entity creates a desire for and interest in the products or services it delivers. Dowling, 2004, page 266. The entity will then react on the demand from its customers by delivering its products or services. Dowling, 2004, page 266. Work from anywhere. BI 17 certain industries require that its employees work from various locations. Therefore, employees have to be able to access and share information from various locations. Boshoff, 2014, Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 27, 29. Collaboration/integration. BI 18 integrating unrelated applications in order to perform end-to-end business processes seamlessly. Boshoff, 2014, Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 29. While limiting human intervention, will enable staff members to focus on core business activities. Kumar, Gupta, and Kapoor. 2015, page 1. Ease of use. BI 19 processes and systems, like point-of-sale terminals in retail stores, need to be easy to use and/or uniform across locations, e.g. in industries confronted with unskilled labor forces or entities with geographically distributed branches. Boshoff, 2014. E-commerce platforms also need to be user-friendly, as customers should be able to navigate the platform without assistance from the entity itself. Goosen and Rudman, 2013, page 97. Self-service. BI 20 providing customers with the ability to help themselves, particularly when performing monotonous, unambiguous tasks, has become more popular than on-site service amongst consumers, as it is more convenient and customers feel more in control of the service they receive. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 29. Scherer, Wunderlich, and von Wangenheim, 2015, pages 177 to 178. It can also increase productivity in an entity and save costs relating to service delivery. Scherer et al., 2015, pages 177 to 178, 196. Automation, BI 21 automation and the utilization of technologies such as big data and cognitive analytics will lead to less human intervention, which will increase the importance of decisions made by the few employees involved in the decision-making process. Chu et al., 2016. Two of the benefits of automation identified by Chu et al., 2016, are reduction in production costs and improved quality of products. Personal assistance, BI 22. Certain entities rely on human interaction to assist its customers during or after sales transactions or the delivery of services. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 24. This interaction could take the form of, amongst other things, face-to-face interaction such as at a point-of-sale terminal, call centers, or emails. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 29. In certain instances, dedicated personal assistance is central to an entity's business model, for example, assigning a private banker to a banking client. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 24. Reliability of information, BI 23. Intellectual resources, including, amongst other things, customer databases and proprietary knowledge, are becoming critical elements in certain entities' business models. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 35. Entities may be dependent on up-to-date and, in certain cases, real-time information to assist in its decision-making processes and operations. Bothoff, 2014. Investment entities, for example, cannot afford to base their investment decisions on outdated information, while online retailers need to update the availability of inventory items in order to adequately manage customers' expectations. Bothoff, 2014. Minimum staff complement. BI 20. For a minimum staff complement is needed in an environment where highly skilled employees are employed. Bothoff, 2014. Leverage skills, BI 25. According to Humbert, 2007, page 6, knowledge is the most important asset and the driver of economic input in the information age. In an environment where knowledge sharing is of the utmost importance, skills and knowledge will have to be leveraged in order to operate as effectively and efficiently as possible. Bothoff, 2014. In addition to knowledge sharing amongst employees, certain entities rely on user communities to assist one another with problem solving and even co-creating content. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 29. High-performance teams, BI 26, according to Alexander, 2018, page 4845. The use of high-performance teams is essential to the execution of complex project goals. Mobile access by customers. BI 27. Entities need to provide customers with access to the entity's product and service information from their mobile devices. Bothoff, 2014. Added value, reliability, and quality of products and services. BI 28. Selling prices can be increased in return for exclusive products or services of superior quality. Bothoff, 2014. Osterwalder et al., 2010, page 23, 24, 41. Managed processes, BI 29, according to Hernaz, Buksic, and Stemberger, 2016, pages 173 to 174. Business process management provides the necessary coordination between business processes and will lead to increased efficiency of the processes and increase the level of performance of an entity. Aligning the business imperatives with COBIT processes. The business imperatives identified in the previous section were mapped against the purpose of the enabling processes and underlying governance practices of COBIT 5 in order to identify the business imperatives that will be enabled by the implementation of COBIT 5. These business imperatives can be used as both business objectives and objectives for the IT department and can therefore be used to bridge the IT gap. 24 of the 29 business imperatives are successfully aligned to COBIT 5 enabling processes as shown in Table 2, A1, included in Appendix 1. These COBIT processes, if implemented correctly by IT in order to achieve the objectives as intended by COBIT 5, will ensure the achievement of the business imperatives and the implementation of appropriate IT solutions and technology architecture. The business imperatives and COBIT 5 enabling processes can be used to inform the IT solution and architecture selection decisions. This could be further discussed in a second proposed research paper. Practical implication for management. In order to understand the value of having a comprehensive list of business imperatives, triangulated against both the business model canvas and COBIT enabling processes, according to which the technology architecture of an entity can be designed, it is necessary to discuss the practical implication of this research for management. Technology architecture is defined, for the purpose of the study, as the conceptual design of IT components, including the interrelationship between these components and the principles and guidelines governing the design, which should be developed and maintained in order to achieve an entity's IT goals and, ultimately, the strategic goals of the entity, Boshoff, 2014, International Organization of Standardization, 2011, Page 2, Optland, Proper, Waj, Clue, and Stegwies, 2009. P. 35, The Open Group, 2011. In order for IT to support the business objectives associated with the business model of the entity, technology architecture must be designed in alignment with the key driving forces unique to the particular entity, i.e. business imperatives. Boshoff, 2014. The business imperatives identified in this study are the key driving forces of an entity that also serve as objectives for the IT department. Information technology managers can therefore implement systems and technology using a particular architecture to achieve a particular business imperative identified from the comprehensive list developed in this study, serving as both an IT and business objective. Designing IT architecture in line with business imperatives. The implementation of the COBIT 5 enabling processes that govern IT systems and processes employed in an entity will ensure the achievement of the business imperatives as objectives for the IT department. This, in turn, will support the business objectives of an entity. Figure 3 illustrates the process to be followed by management in order to successfully achieve business IT alignment at the technology architecture level. Figure 3. Steps to be followed by management in order to successfully achieve business information technology alignment. 3 steps could be employed. The first step in utilizing the business imperatives identified in this study as objectives for the IT department and designing the technology architecture in line with the business imperatives is to identify the objectives relevant to the business goals and strategy of the entity. These will form the basis for identification of those business imperatives relevant to the specific entity. According to Boshoff, 2014, each entity should have a maximum of 5 to 7 business imperatives. Senior management can use the 24 business imperatives listed in this study to identify those business imperatives that serve as the key driving forces of their specific entity. The second step is for senior management to determine the practical operational measures to be implemented from a business perspective to give effect to the business imperatives identified as key driving forces of their entity. Once the operational business measures have been established, senior management and IT specialists can determine the impact on the technology architecture of the entity by assessing the manner in which IT can support these operational business measures. Step 2. Needed to give effect to the business imperatives identified by an entity. This process will ensure that the design of the technology architecture of the entity gives effect to its business imperatives and ultimately ensure alignment between a business's strategic objectives and their IT strategy in order to eliminate the IT gap. Boshoff, 2014. Evaluation of information technology architecture. Alternatively, management can use the COBIT-5 enabling processes to evaluate whether their current IT architecture enables its business imperatives and supports its business objectives. This study showed that the COBIT-5 enabling processes support the achievement of the business imperatives listed in this study. Therefore, by assessing whether the COBIT-5 enabling processes are implemented in an entity, management can establish whether the design of the entity's IT architecture does in fact enable its business imperatives and support its business objectives. Conclusion. It is apparent from the findings of this study that effective communication between senior management and IT specialists is needed in order to successfully align the technology architecture with the business objectives of an entity. Bowen et al., 2007, page 191. Goosen, 2012, pages 14 to 15. Rudman, 2011, page 37. However, it is also clear that miscommunication between senior management and IT specialists is a common occurrence, and therefore the IT gap, i.e. a gap between business and IT, is prevalent in most entities. Kahn et al., 2016. Osterwalder, 2004, page 16. Rudman, 2011, page 37. It is important to have a tool or mechanism to convert the business objectives of an entity into objectives that can be understood by the IT department. Wu et al., 2015, page 504. From a theoretical perspective, this study adds to prior research relating to the alignment between IT and business objectives. Prior studies primarily focused on adapting business models to incorporate rapidly evolving technology. This study focused on the manner in which technology architecture can be designed in order to support the business objectives of an entity. A comprehensive list of business imperatives that can be used by senior management and IT specialists in an entity to ensure that the technology architecture of an entity can be designed with the objective of supporting these business imperatives in order to achieve alignment between the IT and business objectives of an entity was developed in this study. Furthermore, guidance was provided to management that can be used to evaluate whether its current IT architecture supports its business objectives. Further guidance to design the technology architecture of an entity in line with its business imperatives and ultimately its business objectives. By identifying the business imperatives relevant to an entity was provided to senior management and IT specialists. This was done by compiling a comprehensive list of business imperatives that act as the key driving forces of an entity and should be used as the basis to bridge the IT gap in order to ultimately achieve alignment between business and IT at the technology architecture level. Table 2, A1, included in Appendix 1, provides a list of 24 business imperatives that can be used for this purpose. The business imperatives, which serve as both key driving forces of an entity and objectives for the IT department, can act as a platform for discussion between senior management and IT specialists when designing or evaluating the technology architecture of an entity. This will ensure a shared understanding of the business objectives and the IT strategy between these two parties. Improved communication and the notion of working towards a common goal will reduce the IT gap and ensure business IT alignment at a strategic level. Once the technology architecture has been designed in alignment with an entity's business objectives, IT specialists will be able to build, set up, configure, operate, and maintain the individual components of the technology architecture in such a manner that the IT gap will be bridged at an operational level. Boshoff, 2014. An area for future research is to map the business imperatives identified in this study to the operational business measures and the impact on the IT architecture of an entity. Competitive advantage is the ability of a company to outperform its competitors in a given market by producing goods or services that are of superior quality at a lower cost, or that provide unique benefits to customers. A company's competitive advantage can be achieved through various strategies, including differentiation, cost leadership, or focus. An example of a company that achieved competitive advantage through differentiation is Apple. Apple differentiates itself from its competitors by developing innovative and high-quality products that offer a unique user experience. Apple's design and user interface are distinct and recognizable, which helps the company build strong brand recognition and customer loyalty. In addition, Apple's focus on providing excellent customer service and support further differentiates it from its competitors. These factors have helped Apple maintain its position as a leader in the technology industry and continue to attract a loyal customer base. An example of a company that achieved competitive advantage through cost leadership is Walmart. Walmart is known for its low prices and ability to provide goods at a lower cost than its competitors. The company achieves this through various strategies, including effective supply chain management, bulk purchasing, and efficient operations. Walmart's supply chain is highly optimized to reduce costs, with the company using data and analytics to predict demand and manage inventory effectively. In addition, Walmart purchases goods in bulk, allowing it to negotiate lower prices with suppliers. These strategies have enabled Walmart to offer low prices to its customers, attracting a large customer base and maintaining a competitive edge in the retail industry. An example of a company that achieved competitive advantage through focus is Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines differentiates itself from its competitors by focusing on a specific market segment, short-haul flights within the United States. By focusing on this niche, the company has been able to optimize its operations, making it more efficient and cost-effective than its competitors. This has allowed Southwest Airlines to offer lower fares, which has helped it attract price-sensitive customers. In addition, Southwest Airlines has built a strong brand reputation for its customer service and employee satisfaction, which further strengthens its competitive advantage. By staying focused on its niche market and continuously improving its operations, Southwest Airlines has been able to maintain its position as a leading low-cost carrier in the aviation industry. Achieving competitive advantage with information systems. Information systems can be used by organizations to gain a competitive advantage in various ways. Improved efficiency. Information systems can automate and streamline many business processes, improving efficiency and reducing costs. This means that organizations can produce goods and services at a lower cost than their competitors, which can be a significant competitive advantage. Enhanced customer service. Information systems enable organizations to collect and analyze data about their customers, allowing them to provide more personalized and responsive customer service. This can lead to increased customer loyalty and retention, which can be a key competitive advantage in many industries. Product innovation. Information systems can help organizations to innovate by providing insights into customer preferences, market trends, and emerging technologies. This can help organizations to develop new products and services that meet the changing needs of their customers, giving them a competitive advantage. Faster decision-making. Information systems provide real-time data, analytics, and reporting, enabling organizations to make faster and more informed decisions. This can help organizations to respond quickly to market changes and stay ahead of their competitors. Supply chain optimization. Information systems can optimize the supply chain by improving inventory management, reducing lead times, and minimizing waste. This can help organizations to reduce costs, increase productivity, and improve customer satisfaction, all of which can provide a competitive advantage. In conclusion, information systems can be a powerful tool for organizations to gain a competitive advantage in their industries by improving efficiency, enhancing customer service, fostering innovation, enabling faster decision-making, and optimizing the supply chain. Michael Porter's Competitive Advantage Models. Value Chain Model. Michael Porter's value chain model is a framework that identifies the primary activities and support activities that are required to create value for customers. The primary activities include inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and service, while the support activities include procurement, technology development, human resource management, and firm infrastructure. By analyzing each of these activities and identifying how they can be streamlined or enhanced, a company can create a competitive advantage. Examples of how companies might use information systems in each segment of Porter's value chain. Inbound logistics. A company might use information systems to track and manage the delivery of raw materials and supplies from suppliers. This can include using barcode scanning technology to track inventory levels, using automated replenishment systems to ensure that supplies are ordered and delivered on time, and using data analytics to forecast demand and optimize inventory levels. Operations. A company might use information systems to automate and streamline manufacturing processes. This can include using robotics and automation technologies to increase efficiency and reduce waste, using advanced analytics to optimize production schedules, and using quality control systems to monitor and improve product quality. Outbound logistics. A company might use information systems to manage the distribution of products to customers. This can include using logistics software to optimize shipping routes and reduce delivery times, using real-time tracking systems to monitor shipments, and using customer relationship management, CRM, tools to manage customer accounts and preferences. Marketing and sales. A company might use information systems to target and engage customers. This can include using digital marketing platforms to reach customers through social media, email, and other channels, using data analytics to personalize marketing messages and offers, and using customer feedback systems to collect and respond to customer reviews and complaints. Service. A company might use information systems to provide customer service and support. This can include using chatbots and other AI-based technologies to provide quick and efficient support, using customer satisfaction surveys to measure and improve service quality, and using customer relationship management, CRM, tools to manage customer accounts and preferences. Procurement. A company might use information systems to manage the procurement of goods and services from suppliers. This can include using online procurement systems to manage the bidding and purchasing process, using data analytics to forecast demand and optimize inventory levels, and using supplier relationship management, SRM, tools to monitor and manage supplier performance. Technology development. A company might use information systems to support research and development, R&D, efforts. This can include using data analytics and machine learning to identify new product opportunities, using simulation and modeling tools to test and optimize product designs, and using collaborative platforms to facilitate cross-functional teamwork and innovation. Human resource management. A company might use information systems to manage its workforce. This can include using HR management software to track employee performance, manage compensation and benefits, and support employee development and training programs. 5 Forces Model. Porter's 5 Forces model is another framework that helps companies analyze the competitive forces in their industry. The 5 forces include the bargaining power of suppliers, the bargaining power of buyers, the threat of new entrants, the threat of substitute products or services, and the intensity of competitive rivalry. By understanding the dynamics of these forces, a company can make strategic decisions about how to position itself within the market. Example of how companies might use information systems in each segment of Porter's 5 Forces model. Bargaining power of suppliers. A company might use information systems to manage supplier relationships and negotiate better terms. This can include using supplier relationship management, SRM, tools to monitor and manage supplier performance, using e-procurement systems to streamline the purchasing process, and using data analytics to identify areas for cost savings and optimization. Bargaining power of buyers. A company might use information systems to better understand customer behavior and preferences and to tailor its offerings accordingly. This can include using customer relationship management, CRM, tools to manage customer accounts and preferences, using data analytics to identify customer trends and patterns, and using digital marketing platforms to reach and engage customers more effectively. Threat of new entrants. A company might use information systems to create barriers to entry and establish a strong competitive position. This can include using data analytics to identify gaps in the market and develop new products or services that are difficult to replicate, using patent and trademark systems to protect intellectual property, and using pricing strategies to make it difficult for new entrants to gain market share. Threat of substitute products or services. A company might use information systems to develop and promote unique features and benefits that differentiate its products or services from those of competitors. This can include using market research to identify opportunities for innovation and differentiation, using design and branding to develop a strong brand identity and customer loyalty, and using digital marketing platforms to communicate the unique value proposition of its products or services. Intensity of competitive rivalry. A company might use information systems to monitor and analyze the competitive landscape and to make strategic decisions about its pricing, product offerings, and marketing strategies. This can include using data analytics to track the performance of competitors and identify areas for improvement, using automated pricing algorithms to respond to changes in market conditions, and using social media and other digital marketing channels to stay top of mind with customers. Who is Michael Porter? Michael Porter is an American academic and management theorist best known for his work on competitive strategy and the 5 Forces model. He earned a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from Princeton University in 1969, an MBA from Harvard Business School in 1971, and a PhD in business economics from Harvard in 1973. Porter's work on competitive strategy has had a profound impact on the business world. His framework helps companies analyze the competitive forces in their industry and make strategic decisions about how to position themselves within the market. Porter is currently the Bishop William Lawrence University professor at Harvard Business School, where he teaches courses on competitive strategy and international competitiveness. He has written numerous books and articles on these topics, and his work has been widely cited and influential in the field of management. Organizations using IS for competitive advantage. Amazon.com. Amazon is another example of how information systems can be used for competitive advantage. The company has become one of the largest retailers in the world by using information systems to optimize their supply chain, reduce lead times, and provide efficient and personalized customer service. One of the key ways that Amazon has used information systems for competitive advantage is through the use of data analytics. The company has access to a vast amount of data on customer behavior, order history, and market trends, which they use to continuously improve their services. For example, they use data analytics to track customer preferences and purchase history, allowing them to recommend products that are likely to be of interest to their customers. This has increased customer satisfaction and loyalty, providing a competitive advantage in the market. Another way that Amazon has used information systems for competitive advantage is through the use of supply chain optimization. By using real-time data analytics, Amazon is able to track inventory levels, optimize distribution, and reduce lead times. This has allowed them to serve customers more quickly and efficiently than their competitors, providing a unique value proposition in the market. Finally, Amazon has used information systems to provide efficient and personalized customer service. By using data analytics to track customer behavior, Amazon is able to anticipate customer needs and provide recommendations that are tailored to their interests. They also use technology such as chatbots and voice assistants to provide quick and efficient customer support, improving the customer experience and increasing loyalty. As we can see, Amazon's use of information systems has enabled them to create a platform that is fast, efficient, and personalized, providing a competitive advantage that has made them one of the largest retailers in the world. By using data analytics and supply chain optimization, they have been able to optimize their operations and improve the customer experience, providing a value proposition that is difficult for their competitors to match. Uber ride sharing. Uber is a prime example of how information systems can be used for competitive advantage. The company has revolutionized the transportation industry by using a mobile application to match riders with drivers and provide real-time tracking and payment options. Their use of advanced algorithms and data analytics has enabled them to optimize their pricing and supply chain, providing a fast and affordable transportation option that has disrupted the traditional taxi industry. One of the key ways that Uber has used information systems for competitive advantage is through the use of data analytics. The company has access to a wealth of data on rider behavior, driver performance, and market trends, which they use to continuously refine and improve their services. For example, they use data analytics to monitor demand patterns and adjust pricing, ensuring that they have enough drivers on the road to meet rider demand while also maximizing revenue. They also use data analytics to track driver performance and feedback, ensuring that their drivers are providing a high level of service that meets their customers' needs. Another way that Uber has used information systems for competitive advantage is through the use of mobile technology. By providing riders with access to real-time tracking and payment options, Uber has created a user-friendly and convenient platform that has made it easier for riders to book rides and pay for them. This has improved the customer experience and led to increased loyalty and retention. Finally, Uber has used information systems to optimize their supply chain, reducing costs and providing a competitive advantage in the market. By using real-time data analytics, Uber is able to identify demand patterns and optimize their driver deployment, reducing wait times for riders and increasing driver earnings. They also use data analytics to optimize their pricing, ensuring that they are able to compete effectively with traditional taxi services while also maintaining profitability. Uber's experience shows that the use of information systems has enabled them to create a platform that is fast, convenient, and affordable, providing a unique value proposition in the transportation industry. By using data analytics and mobile technology, they have been able to optimize their supply chain and improve the customer experience, providing a competitive advantage that has disrupted the traditional taxi industry. Netflix. Netflix is another example of how information systems can be used for competitive advantage. The company has disrupted the entertainment industry by using information systems to personalize their content recommendations and provide a seamless viewing experience across multiple devices. One of the key ways that Netflix has used information systems for competitive advantage is through the use of data analytics. The company collects a vast amount of data on customer preferences, viewing behavior, and market trends, which they use to continually refine and improve their content offerings. For example, they use data analytics to monitor which shows are being watched, how long viewers are watching for, and which shows are being recommended to them. This has enabled them to tailor their content offerings to the preferences of their customers, increasing customer satisfaction and loyalty. Another way that Netflix has used information systems for competitive advantage is through the use of technology. By providing a seamless viewing experience across multiple devices, Netflix has created a user-friendly and convenient platform that has made it easier for viewers to access their content. They also use technology such as predictive algorithms and advanced analytics to ensure that their content is engaging and relevant to their viewers. Finally, Netflix has used information systems to optimize their supply chain, reducing costs and providing a competitive advantage in the market. By using real-time analytics, Netflix is able to track viewer behavior and optimize their content production and delivery processes, reducing wait times and improving customer satisfaction. Netflix's use of information systems has enabled them to create a platform that is personalized, user-friendly, and efficient, providing a unique value proposition in the entertainment industry. By using data analytics and technology, they have been able to optimize their content offerings and improve the customer experience, providing a competitive advantage that has disrupted traditional television networks. Zara. Zara is a Spanish clothing and accessories retailer that is known for its fast fashion approach. The company is a part of the Inditex Group and was founded in 1975. Zara has been able to gain a competitive advantage in its industry by using information systems strategically. Zara's supply chain management strategy is the core of its business model. The company has been able to create a fast and responsive supply chain by using an innovative information system. The information system is used to track the inventory levels of each store in real time. This allows the company to quickly identify which products are selling and which products are not. The information system also helps the company to quickly respond to changes in customer demand. One of the key advantages of the information system used by Zara is that it allows the company to get new products to market faster than its competitors. The company is able to design, manufacture, and deliver new products to stores within 2 weeks. This is a fraction of the time it takes for other retailers to get new products to market. The information system used by Zara allows the company to respond quickly to changes in customer preferences and to deliver products that meet those preferences. Another advantage of Zara's information system is that it allows the company to reduce waste and inventory costs. The company only produces products that it knows will sell. This allows the company to keep its inventory levels low, which reduces the amount of money tied up in inventory. The information system also allows the company to quickly identify products that are not selling and to make adjustments to its production and distribution strategies accordingly. Zara's use of information systems has helped the company to stay ahead of its competitors. The company's fast and responsive supply chain has allowed it to create a unique value proposition for its customers. The company's ability to get new products to market quickly and to respond quickly to changes in customer preferences has helped it to maintain its competitive advantage in the retail industry. Tesla. Tesla is a leading electric vehicle and energy company that was founded in 2003. The company has been able to gain a competitive advantage in its industry by using information systems strategically. Tesla's innovative use of information systems has helped the company to create a unique value proposition for its customers and to stay ahead of its competitors. One of the key advantages of Tesla's information systems is its use of data analytics. The company collects vast amounts of data from its vehicles and uses machine learning algorithms to analyze the data. This allows Tesla to identify patterns and insights that can help improve its vehicles and services. Tesla uses this information to continuously improve the performance and efficiency of its vehicles, which gives the company a competitive advantage in the electric vehicle industry. Another advantage of Tesla's information systems is its use of a centralized software platform. Tesla's vehicles are connected to a centralized software platform that allows the company to remotely update and improve the features and performance of its vehicles. This means that Tesla's vehicles are always up to date with the latest software improvements and enhancements, giving the company a competitive advantage in the constantly evolving electric vehicle market. Tesla is also using information systems to create a unique customer experience. Tesla's mobile app allows customers to remotely control and monitor their vehicles. This includes features such as remotely starting the vehicle, adjusting the temperature, and monitoring the vehicle's location and charging status. This provides customers with an enhanced level of convenience and control over their vehicles, which helps to differentiate Tesla from its competitors. Finally, Tesla is using information systems to create a sustainable energy ecosystem. Tesla's energy products, such as solar panels and energy storage systems, are integrated with its electric vehicles and connected to a centralized software platform. This allows Tesla to optimize the use of renewable energy and reduce the reliance on fossil fuels. This sustainability-focused approach helps Tesla to create a unique value proposition for its customers and differentiate itself from its competitors. In conclusion, Tesla's strategic use of information systems has helped the company to gain a competitive advantage in the electric vehicle and energy industry. By leveraging data analytics, a centralized software platform, and a customer-centric approach, Tesla is able to continuously improve its products and services and create a unique value proposition for its customers. Effects of timing and barriers to entry on competitive advantage. Timing of technology adoption. The timing of technology adoption can have a significant impact on a company's ability to gain a competitive advantage. Early adopters of new technologies often have a first-mover advantage, as they are able to establish themselves as leaders in the market and gain market share before competitors can catch up. However, there is also a risk involved in being an early adopter, as new technologies may not always be successful or may require significant investment in research and development. For example, Apple gained a competitive advantage with the introduction of the iPhone in 2007. By being an early mover in the smartphone market, Apple was able to establish itself as a leader in the industry and gain a significant market share before competitors like Samsung and Google could catch up. Additionally, Apple's closed ecosystem, which included both hardware and software, provided a unique user experience that was difficult for competitors to replicate. Being a first mover isn't always a guarantee of competitive advantage. A counterexample of a company who was a late entry but managed to gain competitive advantage is Netflix. Although Blockbuster was the dominant player in the video rental market, Netflix was able to disrupt the industry by introducing a new business model that offered online streaming of movies and TV shows. By focusing on customer experience and investing heavily in technology, Netflix was able to gain market share and establish itself as a leading provider of streaming services, ultimately leading to the downfall of Blockbuster. Despite being a late entry, Netflix was able to capitalize on the shift towards digital media and gain a sustainable competitive advantage through its innovative business model and use of technology. Barriers to entry. Another factor that can affect a company's ability to gain a competitive advantage through technology is barriers to entry. Some technologies may require specialized knowledge or expertise, making it difficult for new entrants to compete with established players. Additionally, some technologies may require significant investments in infrastructure or equipment, making it difficult for small companies to compete with larger, more established players. One example of a company that gained a competitive advantage with barriers to entry is Tesla. Tesla's electric vehicle technology required significant investments in research and development, as well as specialized expertise in battery technology and electric motor design. These barriers to entry made it difficult for new entrants to compete with Tesla, allowing the company to establish a dominant position in the electric vehicle market. Additionally, Tesla's direct-to-consumer sales model and brand image as a luxury electric vehicle manufacturer further strengthened its competitive advantage. Finally, a company's ability to gain a sustainable competitive advantage through technology depends on its ability to continually innovate and adapt to new technologies. Technology is constantly evolving, and companies that fail to keep up with the latest trends and developments may find themselves at a disadvantage. To stay competitive, companies must invest in research and development, build partnerships with technology vendors, and stay abreast of emerging technologies in their industry. One example of a company that has retained a competitive advantage through continual innovation is Google. Google's success can be attributed to its constant innovation and development of new technologies and products, such as search engine algorithms, online advertising platforms, and cloud computing services. The company's ability to stay ahead of competitors and meet the changing needs of its customers has allowed it to maintain its position as a leader in the tech industry. Additionally, Google's emphasis on employee creativity and innovation, seen in its 20% time policy, has fostered a culture of continual improvement and advancement. Business considerations. Organizations should consider the business implications of implementing an information system because it can provide a competitive advantage in the industry. The case studies of Zara and Tesla demonstrate how strategic use of information systems can lead to improved supply chain management, faster time to market, reduced waste and inventory costs, improved performance and efficiency, enhanced customer experience, and differentiation from competitors. Implementing an information system requires significant investment, so it is crucial for organizations to evaluate the potential benefits and risks before making a decision. Organizations should also consider the impact on their business processes, organizational structure, and human resources, and ensure that they have the necessary resources, skills, and capabilities to effectively implement and manage the information system. Ultimately, the goal is to leverage the information system to achieve business objectives, meet customer needs, and stay ahead of the competition. Summary. In today's fast-paced business environment, companies are constantly looking for ways to gain competitive advantage. Using information systems, IS, can be an efficient way to achieve this goal. IS can provide businesses with a range of benefits, such as improved efficiency, better decision-making, and enhanced customer service. However, to realize these benefits, companies must carefully consider a range of business considerations. One of the most important considerations is the strategic alignment between IS and business objectives. A clear understanding of business objectives and how technology can support them is crucial. Implementing IS can be expensive, and businesses must evaluate how the technology will generate revenue and reduce costs. Companies should weigh the costs of implementation, maintenance, and upgrades against the expected return on investment. The implementation of IS must be cost-effective, and companies must ensure that the investment in the technology aligns with the budget and financial objectives. The implementation of IS must be driven by business needs and not the other way around. A lack of alignment between business objectives and IS can lead to inefficient processes, wasted resources, and lost opportunities. The emergence of novel and powerful digital technologies is transforming innovation and entrepreneurship in significant ways by opening new opportunities, and with implications for value creation and capture that has resultant economic and social benefits and impacts. Holzman et al. 2020, Ibanez et al. 2022. Numbisun, 2017, Numbisun et al. 2019, Teruel et al. 2021, Zhang et al. 2023. For micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, technology adoption offers several benefits against a background of firm-level knowledge and financial constraints. Technology adoption provides MSMEs with the basis to pursue disruptive innovation, Nguyen, 2009, or to enhance their product or service offerings in their pursuit of sustained value creation, Brontes et al. 2022. And is as such understood to deliver benefits across firms' business processes, Cunningham et al. 2022, Modic et al. 2019. Modic and Damage, 2018, O'Kane et al. 2021, Kruger and Stein, 2020. High-performance computing, HPC, is considered to be one such general-purpose, digital, technology, Cascadero et al., 2019, Lee and Lee, 2021, Cunningham et al., 2022. And to date, given the scale of complexity and investment required, has mainly been adopted by larger firms and national governments, European Commission, 2021. Some research on HPC technology adoption has highlighted the beneficial value creation impacts it has for firms, Cascadero et al., 2019. HPC includes infrastructure and applications that are used for complex computational problems and can involve supercomputers and linked clusters, Cunningham et al., 2022. HPC technology supports advanced modeling, simulation, and analysis, as well as is a strategic driver of innovation and a source of competitive advantage for firms, Brochard, 2006, Azell and Atkinson, 2016. Lee and Lee, 2021, Lin et al., 2020. Across various industry sectors, Asiran and Giles, 2015. Shepard et al., 2013. Winsmith, 2009. Nonetheless, the adoption of this complex, digital, emergent, and highly specialized technology needs more research that elucidates the role of different factors in HPC adoption. Lin et al., 2020. The adoption of this digital technology by MSMEs is of particular focus, with the aim to better understand the entrepreneur's perception of HPC adoption benefits. Lee and Runge, 2001, and entrepreneurial orientation. When adopting a technology that has been successfully adopted by multinational firms and national governments within an MSME context, Cunningham et al., 2022. Technology adoption, particularly in the case of HPC adoption, is usually accompanied by a variety of known and unknown challenges that can significantly influence its adoption. To minimize the unknown ones and the related uncertainties, several technology adoption frameworks have been created, tested, and matured. We know from prior literature that technological, organizational, and environmental factors seem to influence the adoption of new technologies, with Tornatsky and Fleischer's 1990 theoretical TOE framework being used frequently to explore the adoption of new information technologies supporting business, e.g., Zhu et al., 2003, or information systems and big data analytics, e.g., Nam et al., 2019, and more recently, the adoption of supercomputing by SMEs, Cunningham et al., 2022. However, another stream of literature points out that information systems literature has suggested intention models from social psychology as potential theoretical foundation perspectives for research related to adoption, Davis et al., 1989, Swanson, 1982. These already emphasized softer elements, under which we could also subsume cognition and opportunity recognition, Hajizada and Zaley, 2016. To further our study focus, we build upon recent conceptual work on the interplay of technology and mindset for innovation, Ringberg et al., 2019, whereby we extend the factors to all those included in the TE framework and focus on the adoption of a particular digital technology to explore this interplay. For the entrepreneurial mindset, we focus on two elements thereof, i.e., cognition and opportunity recognition. There is a need to understand how cognition and opportunity recognition change entrepreneurial behavior. Cutolo and Kenny, 2019, i.e., lead to entrepreneurial action, including that of adopting or not adopting new digital technologies such as HPC, see Fig. 1. Figure 1. Conceptual model, entrepreneurial mindset, and technology adoption. Full-size image. Our study employs a fuzzy set qualitative comparative analysis, FSQCA, as an empirical testing technique to address the possibility of equifinality, FIS, 2007 IE, a situation where several diverse configurations lead to the outcome of interest. The analysis of configurational effects helps to better understand how diverse antecedents work together and combine into configurations that indicate an outcome consistently. The advantages of the FSQCA have recently been demonstrated in a variety of applications, including the analysis of configurational paths to technology transfer and innovation, Ganter and Hecker, 2014. Studskool and Hadjek, 2019. The FSQCA method is used to demonstrate the combined paths that determine HPC adoption, as well as the significant role that an entrepreneurial mindset plays for MSME technology adoption. Compared to other studies, the method applied here highlights two key advantages. Firstly, it provides the opportunity to investigate and evaluate the main variables that have either a positive or negative impact on the adoption of HPC. And secondly, this article breaks down the paradigm of earlier research, focusing on a single-factor analysis by performing a multi-factor combination path analysis, see Michael et al., 2019, and as such presents a novel approach to the investigation of HPC adoption and expands the entrepreneurial mindset variables. In addition, compared to the method of single-case analysis, the multi-case analysis approach is more universal. FSQCA has also been used to gain a more fine-grained understanding of the outcomes of the new emerging technologies adoption, Michael et al., 2019, as well as the diverse paths leading to their adoption, Gilbert and Campbell, 2015. Our study makes two main contributions to our understanding of technology adoption among MSMEs for value creation purposes. First, we address one of the main criticisms of the TLE frameworks that they do not consider specific contextual elements concerning technology adoption, Cunningham et al., 2022. Conceptualization and definitions of entrepreneurial mindset remain contested. See Daspit et al., 2021. The entrepreneurial mindset has been defined by Haney et al., 2010, 217, as the ability to sense, act, and mobilize under uncertain conditions, while seeing it as a collective construct in line with the ideas that actions are ultimately simply consequences of aggregations of mindsets. McMullen and Shepard, 2006. Context and complexity influence the entrepreneurial mindset. Karatko et al., 2021. When it comes to using existing or new technologies, first and foremost, mindset determinism researchers argue that it is driven by appropriate mindsets. Ringberg et al., 2019. Hence, recognizing opportunities on the market influences entrepreneurs to potentially alter their behaviors. Cutolo and Kenny, 2019, thus developing their mindsets further and are therefore able to take advantage of those opportunities such as digital technology / HPC adoption. By applying a configurational analysis, our study illustrates and suggests that technology adoption for MSMEs is complementary in terms of factors potentially building an outcome together, i.e., in combination. Technology adoption combines technological, organizational, and environmental factors and an entrepreneurial mindset for value creation purposes. We address both the current deficits of TE frameworks and extend our understanding of technology adoption among MSMEs. Our study offers an approach to organize multiple interdependent relationships into a coherent framework explaining variance in pathways to technology adoption for value creation purposes and unveils whether this fundamental complementary relationship between the above-mentioned factors is indeed present. Our second contribution concerns firm-level technology adoption and entrepreneurial mindset for value creation purposes. Taking a configurational approach and linking cognition and opportunity recognition with other factors when adopting digital technologies in both pathways, we find both mindset factors are relevant, although cognition is not relevant per se. It becomes relevant when considering a combination of factors that lead to our outcome of interest, HPC adoption. This has implications for how firms to grow and create value through technology adoption. This paper proceeds as follows. In Sect 2, we first deliberate on the limits of TE and social psychology-based models, continue by introducing the mindset perspective, and introduce the end action, i.e., the adoption of HPC. Section 3 brings our method description and Sect. For the findings, we discuss and conclude in Sect 5. To the factors of digital technologies adoption from technological, organizational to entrepreneurial mindset. 2.1 MSME value creation and technology adoption. MSMEs are important contributors to economic development and growth in national economies. Lin et al., 2022, and are more open to responding to new market and technology opportunities. See OECD, 2017. While there is an ongoing debate about the definition of an MSME, see Nagari and Vaibhav, 2020, there is a growing body of MSME research that has focused on themes such as sustainability, see Corva et al., 2014, innovation, Squatto et al., 2017, and R&D growth, Love and Roper, 2015, Bauman and Kroltikos, 2016. One of the core challenges that MSMEs face centers around finances. In developing economies, this is even more acute. Atkinson, 2017, Saxena and Jagoda, 2015, Zamberi, 2012, Khurana et al., 2019, Middle and Rahman, 2021. This in turn can place some limitations and constraints on how MSMEs scale and grow their businesses. When it comes to value creation, some of the limited empirical evidence suggests that MSMEs achieve a return on investment from investing in digital technologies. Pfister and Lehman, 2021. 2022, in undertaking value creation based on technology adoption, there is some evidence to suggest this enhances their market position. Share et al., 2023, and that they can gain a competitive advantage, lo forte and love. 2003. While technology adoption within the context of MSMEs demands a higher degree of awareness due to MSMEs' uniqueness and different characteristic compared to large organizations, Sugandini et al., 2018a, 2018b. It is also argued that these characteristics, their flexibility in particular, can enable them to adjust to market changes by quickly transforming their business models, Sheikh et al., 2021, especially when adopting with the help of digital technology. For entrepreneurs to efficiently recognize such market opportunities and create their responses with the aim to contribute to value creation, their process of cognition is paramount. For this reason, the paper explores the prior research of technology adoption models, such as TE and entrepreneurial mindset, as technology adoption factors. 2.2 The limits of TOE-based models and social psychology-based intention models. Prior research has pointed out several theoretical models that aim to predict the adoption of technologies. See Venkatesh et al., 2003, 2012, Cunningham et al., 2022, Holzman et al., 2020. According to Lin et al., 2020, the first is so-called innovation or organization-centered, such as the model of technological, organizational, and environmental TE factors or the human organization. Technology fit, hot fit, model, Ternatsky and Fleischer, 1990, Yosef et al., 2008. And the second, the adopter-centered theories, encompassing models based on insights from social psychology. Concerning HPC, the usefulness of the TOE framework has already been elucidated recently. Cunningham et al., 2022. The TE framework identifies three contexts of technology adoption by explaining the process of adopting and using technological innovations from the technological, organizational, and environmental perspectives, Tornatsky and Fleischer, 1990. The technological perspective deals with incorporating own technologies as well as those available on the market, Zhu et al., 2003. The organizational with elements such as company size and scope, managerial structure, human resources, and available Slack resources, while the environmental perspective deals with the way the company communicates with external environments. The technological perspective addresses concepts related to IT infrastructure as well as technology skills, including necessary technology competencies, as well as employee-specific IT knowledge. Quan and Chow, 2001, Nam et al., 2019, Nguyen, 2009, Thong, 1999. The environmental perspective focuses on concepts related to competitive intensity and pressure, overall cooperation, and systems openness. Grover, 1993, Iakovo et al., 1995, Quan and Chow, 2001, Nguyen, 2009, Amori et al., 2010, Premkumar and Ramamarthy, 1995. Lastly, the organizational perspective looks into perceived barriers, particularly those related to financial costs, e-business know-how, and organizational readiness. Gilbert et al., 2004, Quan and Chow, 2001, Nguyen, 2009, Thong, 1999, Zhu et al., 2003. Nonetheless, using the TOE framework has a significant drawback since it does not consider the soft elements such as those connected to social or psychological factors or indeed a developmental perspective. A small step forward, at least acknowledging the human factor, is the hot fit model, Yusuf et al., 2008, which includes user satisfaction in addition to the TV's technology and organizational factors, but in contrast to TOE, not including the environmental factors. Due to focusing on users, this model is already close to the second stream of literature. However, building on this, we see the existence of research and department in most companies underpin the continuous development of technology, which we rather classified as a behavioral factor than a pure technological element in the TOE framework, see Fig. 1. In contrast to the innovation and organization-centered models, another stream of literature points out that information systems literature has suggested intention models from social psychology as potential theoretical foundation perspectives for research related to adoption, Davis et al. 1989, Swanson, 1982, Fitting the Notion of Adopter. Centered Theories, Lin et al., 2020. Several models have been developed, such as a more general model of reasoned action, Fishbein and Agin, 1975, a more specific technology acceptance model, Davis, 1985, or a development of the so-called unified model, Venkatesh et al., 2003, 2012. The differences between the first two have been addressed by Davis et al., 1989, who also developed the technology acceptance model, which already points out the importance of beliefs and attitudes. Venkatesh et al., 2003, unified model adopted mostly to consumer context, Venkatesh et al. 2012, includes 4 key factors: performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating conditions. But the model as a whole has rarely been applied, mostly researchers employing only a subset of its factors, Al-Ghatani et al., 2007, Venkatesh et al., 2012. Furthermore, most of the related literature on intention models, based on social psychology, is aimed at the adoption of solutions by individuals, including factors such as the role of anxiety, and attitudes toward using 3D technology by educators, Holzman et al., 2020. The idea is that different theories complement each other and allow for a more comprehensive understanding of the key factors of digital technology adoption are not new, e.g., for cloud computing. Oliveira et al., 2014, developed a research model based on the innovation characteristics from the diffusion of innovation, DOI, theory, and the technology organization environment, T. Lin et al., 2020, on. The other hand, when exploring the adoption of cloud computing for HPC, combined the TOE with hot-fit model. Nonetheless, to our knowledge, none has considered the role of the entrepreneurial mindset in the adoption of digital technology. 2.3 The entrepreneurial mindset as a factor in technology adoption. The concept of entrepreneurial mindset has been researched extensively over the past decades with a focus on what makes one entrepreneur in a particular set of conditions and environments react differently to another, Daspit et al., 2021, Haney et al., 2010, Pfeiffer et al., 2016. What remains to be explored in the literature is the research on the impact, if any, of entrepreneurial mindset on digital technology adoption in MSMEs. The existing literature suggests that the entrepreneurial mindset combines several elements such as opportunity recognition, cognition, and behaviors or actions. Davis, 1985, Caraco et al., 2021. Ali et al., 2021, and enables entrepreneurs to predict, act, behave, and respond to disequilibrium on the market, George et al., 2016, caused by factors such as competition advances, R&D progressions, innovation and developments in digital technologies, to name a few. The ability to recognize opportunities depends mainly on prior knowledge and cognitive frameworks, where prior knowledge is understood as the key cognitive resource, George et al., 2016, acting as a guide to spot opportunities, Hajizada and Zaley, 2016. And hence positively impacting the opportunity recognition process, Ardikvili et al., 2003, Shane, 2000. Mitchell et al., 2002, defined entrepreneurial cognition as the knowledge structures that people use to make assessments, judgments, or decisions, involving opportunity evaluation, venture creation, and growth, and is seen as connecting the dots, information, in a previously yet unconnected way to obtain and process new information, DeMauve, 2007a. 2007b, Gaglio and Katz, 2001. Prior knowledge, particularly the entrepreneur's special interests and knowledge of the industry, experiences, Hajizada and Zaley, 2016, facilitates the collection of new knowledge, Tang et al., 2012, and hence, creates a foundation for entrepreneurs to recognize opportunities. Opportunity recognition is understood to be an entrepreneurial learning process in which the constructs of prior knowledge, experience, perception, and cognition have been solidly integrated, Hajizada and Zaley, 2016, Kolb, 1984. Being able to identify opportunities in rapidly changing, volatile markets depends on prior knowledge of those environments, ways to serve the market, and customer challenges and needs. Shane, 2000. Wang et al., 2013, but it equally so also depends on non-external cognitive processes, thus differentiating one entrepreneur's actions when recognizing an opportunity to the other's unrecognition of that same opportunity or their inaction when the opportunity is recognized. Barron, 2008. This is even more so in the case of digital technologies where the ability to respond to and or recognize opportunities they offer to MSMEs may not be the primary focus of companies based on the products and services they provide on the market, but a crucial one, nonetheless, influencing the efficiency of their processes and the ability to successfully face the competition. While the changes in market environments such as technological developments can create opportunities, Shane, 2003, it is the entrepreneur's characteristics, such as self-efficacy, prior knowledge, and social networks, that are instrumental to recognizing those opportunities. Wang et al., 2013. For our study, we are investigating if or how the entrepreneurial mindset, i.e., cognition and opportunity recognition, elements specifically play a role when companies, micro, small, and medium-sized, adopt new digital technologies, particularly HPC as one of the most significant ones to date, Kindratenko and Trancoso, 2011, due to its ability to support technology innovation, Cunningham et al., 2022. By focusing on solving national and global challenges, Winsmith, 2009. 2.4 Towards the action, the adoption of HPC. Taking action, i.e., implementation or adoption, should be the end result of entrepreneurial cognition, Bird and Stote, 2009, Van Gelderen et al., 2018, and opportunity recognition. In their recent paper on entrepreneurial mindset, Caraco et al., 2021, emphasized the issue of how entrepreneurs engage or act based on opportunities or for opportunities. Thus, this is a focus of our study using the broad definition of HPC, which includes infrastructure and applications that are used for complex computational problems. HPC also includes at its core the modeling and simulation, as well as the integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning with HPC and high-performance data analytics, IDC, 2021, Rutten, 2022. Some view HPC as one of the key general-purpose technologies in the fourth industrial revolution, Cascadera et al., 2019, Lee and Lee. 2021. In addition, the ability to use HPC to quickly process large amounts of data has become pivotal in a world where the estimated size of the data sphere in 2020 has been 64.1 zettabytes, with predictions of a threefold growth by 2025. Woody. 2022. Nonetheless, the adoption of technology among small businesses and entrepreneurs and associated adoption actions varies across different technologies. Lee, 1995. 2004. Wamayu, 2015. Cunningham et al., 2022. Hence, there is a need to focus on HPC as one of the key general-purpose, complex, digital technologies. Recently, the expression, industrialization of HPC has been coined. Rutten, 2022, Lee et al. 2021, which indicates HPC technologies becoming commonplace, or in other words, democratized. This runs opposite to the traditional views that the large upfront investment and technical expertise required limited the HPC adoption to large organizations such as public institutes. Lin et al., 2020. 1. Believe that especially the recent advances in cloud computing and telecommunications have the potential to overcome the historical issues associated with HPC through increased flexibility and efficiency, and reduced capital and operational expenditure. HPC adoption is thus no longer limited to well-funded national laboratories, universities, and select industries such as oil and gas, genomics, finance, aerospace, chemical, or pharmaceutical. Rutten. 2022. We are now starting to enter an emerging era in which wider-scale adoption of HPC is taking place, not only in research institutions and in service providers in the area of cloud, digital and communications, but more importantly in many enterprises, including SMEs. Cunningham et al. 2022. The adoption of HPC by smaller companies can lead to several advantages, such as increased productivity, reaping benefits from lowering costs, improved systems connectivity, and process innovation, all leading also to enhanced competitiveness. Cunningham et al. 2022. The smaller companies in general struggle with an additional problem related to low ease of use, insufficient financial capacity and financial security, lack of information quality and information security, lack of internal competences or the necessary infrastructure. Dixon et al. 2002, Duncombe and Heeks. 2001, Gilbert et al. 2004, Knabaran and Darmalingam. 2012, Sale et al. 2007, when adopting new digital technologies. It is thus pivotal to explore the adoption of HPC also in this setting, especially having in mind that advanced technologies have typically been designed for large corporations and other types of organizations. Knabaran and Darmalingam. 2012. Research on HPC and its adoption in terms of both the innovation and management literature as well as the information systems literature is limited. The extant research is mostly technical in nature and to a large degree focused on various applications of HPC. Cunningham et al. 2022, Lin et al. 2020, with works dedicated to understanding the factors leading to the adoption of HPC being scarce. Nonetheless, Cunningham et al. 2022 have recently applied the TOE framework to the adoption of HPC by small and medium-sized companies, exploring how and when HPC adoption takes place. Furthermore, Lin et al. 2020 explore the factors influencing the decision to adopt cloud computing for HPC. Based on a survey of 121 HPC decision makers, they point out that the organizational and human factors significantly influence cloud computing adoption decisions for HPC, pointing out both the importance of factors encompassed within TE as well as softer factors. Thus, this study is able to make simplifying assumptions about counterfactual configurations using FSQCA to evaluate how different simplifying assumptions affect the configurations that are determined to be consistently sufficient for the findings. So, one further recommended practice includes the open justification of simplifying assumptions that are supplied to differentiate between core and contributing conditions to give readers the ability to evaluate the validity of the outcome. Olin et al. 2016. When all simplifying assumptions are taken into the account, core conditions continue to be a component of the solution. This holds true for assumptions that are consistent with empirical data and theoretical understanding, i.e., easy counterfactuals, as well as those that are not consistent with the empirical facts but inconsistent with the theoretical knowledge, i.e., challenging counterfactuals. Rajan, 2009. 2.5 propositions: entrepreneurial mindset and technology adoption. The entrepreneurial mindset is influencing the way firms to act under uncertain conditions, which are typically present in technology adoption due to typically unknown challenges related to technology adoption. In general, an entrepreneurial mindset is related. Daspit et al., 2023. Caracco et al. 2021, not only to value creation, but the ability also to recognize and act on opportunities. The entrepreneurial mindset comes even more to the forefront when considering MSMEs, with their constraints in terms of resources. Kohler et al., 2015. In such contexts of limited resources, such as lacking funding, etc., it is reasonable to expect that other factors will become increasingly important for technology adoption, such as those related to the ability to act and mobilize under uncertain conditions. Haney et al. 2010, i.e., the entrepreneurial mindset. In continuation of what was discussed in Sex 2.1, 2.4, theoretical foundations for the entrepreneurial mindset point to two primary characteristics: entrepreneurial cognition and cognitive and affective response. Numerous studies, including those conducted by Caracco et al. 2021, McGrath and Macmillan 2000, and Daspit et al. 2023, have shown that an entrepreneur's ability to spot opportunities and introduce novel products or services to the market is dependent on their level of prior cognitive knowledge. Understanding how entrepreneurs' mindset react to new possibilities has been a topic of intense research interest. So, the capacity to see an opportunity or to miss it altogether depends critically on entrepreneurial cognition. Proposition 1, P1. Opportunities recognition is one of the cornerstones of the complementary technology adoption, which can build a foundation for creative innovation by MSMEs. When it comes to sustaining a competitive edge over the long term, a few factors are as important as keeping up with the latest technological developments and incorporating them into your organization. This is especially important for the development of MSME's entrepreneurial mindset. However, the literature on technology adoption and use in the entrepreneurial mindset is sparse. Proposition 2, P2. MSMEs are adopting HPC. It is because they are taking advantage of cognition as part of their entrepreneurial mindset. 3 Method. 3.1 Research setting, data source, and method. Our study is set in the Danube region of Europe, a European macroregion, including some of the most developed, e.g., Austria, and least developed, e.g., Bulgaria, parts of Europe. Although there is a critical mass of SMEs in the region with the need to use HPC, Cascadero et al., 2019, there are substantial disparities between its well-off central and, especially westernmost, parts and the rest of the region. These disparities are fueled by the disparities in innovative capabilities, available resources, and entrepreneurial spirit, with eastern parts having limited access and competencies, as well as most HPC centers being in the western parts. Our sample includes micro, small and medium-sized MSMEs companies mostly from the automotive, electronics, and IT sectors. See also Table 1. Companies from these industries are characterized by the relatively rapid uptake of HPC technology, Azell and Atkinson. 2016. Table 1 Basic Sample Descriptive. Full-size table. Taken together, this makes it an especially salient environment to study the technology adoption of HPC, since our sample spans companies from the more developed central parts, as well as two peripheral parts, the East and the South. See also Table 1. However, they are all embedded in the Danube macroregion, within which the digital transformation and the adoption of HPC are seen as the path toward industrializing the region and closing the gap between dispersed parts of this region, said Jack Valek, 2019. Furthermore, we focus on companies from industries within which the spread of HPC is especially relevant. Our analysis relied on data collected as part of the High-Performance Computing for Effective Innovation in the Danube Region, InnoHPC, project. This multinational project included several data collections during 2017 and 2018, InnoHPC 2020. This includes the InnoHPC Anon survey we primarily rely on. The sample includes 66 micro, small and medium companies, 44% of which use HPC and 56% of which do not. See Table 1. When identifying the relevant respondents and collecting this data, two strategies were used. Firstly, the networks of outreach partners and other relevant support organizations were used to compile and engage potentially relevant organizations. Secondly, web searches and screening questions were used to understand whether the companies use HPC or potentially plan to use HPC and who would be the most appropriate respondents, which would correspond to the notion of elite informants in qualitative research, Hage, 1980, Kincaid and Bright, 1957. We use the fuzzy set qualitative comparative analysis method, which is well suited also for the analysis of a small n sample, but for which carefully selected cases, including those of general importance concerning the research problem, can still allow for a reasonable generalization, Modic and Roncevic. 2018. FSQCA follows the principles of complexity theories in a configurational approach, which allows for the examination of interplays that develop between elements of a messy and nonlinear nature. FIS. 2011. Michael F. et al. 2019. The distinctive feature of the FSQCA in comparison to other statistical methods is that it supports equifinality. FIS. 2011. This enables us to understand how a particular outcome, e.g., adoption of a particular technology, may be caused by a different combination of factors and is as such especially relevant for a fine-grained understanding of the factors influencing the adoption or non-adoption of complex digital technologies such as HPC. Moreover, the advantages of the FSQCA have recently been demonstrated in a variety of applications, including the analysis of configurational paths to technology transfer and innovation, Ganter and Hecker. 2014. Stetschkel and Hajek. 2019. 3.2 Measure operationalization. Our study considers factors from the technology, organizational and environmental framework, technology adoption of behavior perspective, and entrepreneurial mindset theories for the entrepreneurial adaptation of HPC. To measure HPC adaptation for MSMEs, the following theoretical fundaments were developed from the literature review section. Technology adaptation factors were adapted from the previous studies of Cunningham et al. 2022, Daganova and Equimrino. 2009, organizational and environmental factors from the TOE framework were adapted from the studies of Awa and Ojiabo. 2016, Chatterjee et al. 2021, Gungwar et al. 2014, and Cognition and Opportunities Recognition from Entrepreneurial Mindset Studies of Daspit et al. 2021, Caraco et al. 2021, Pittock et al. 2021, we used the combination of data from data sources to categorize measurable items such as behavior, technology adoption, TE framework, organizational and environmental, and lastly, entrepreneurial. Mindset, cognition, and opportunities recognition. See Fig. 1. HPC adoption in the study theorizes that factors such as entrepreneurial mindset are significant for MSMEs to successfully implement new technologies when distinct operational factors and strategic capabilities are orchestrated with the MSME structure. Caraco et al. 2021. Thus, the theoretical support allowed this study to propose configuration associations whereby entrepreneurial mindset, behavior, and TE framework are three formative constructs comprising of individual dimensions that link uniquely three interrelated phenomena. These formative associations further demonstrate the interrelationship of the three constructs with multiple dimensions. Olin et al. 2019. The individual connectivity of entrepreneurial mindset, behavior, and TE framework constructs follow the FSQCA conjunctural, equifinal, and asymmetrical analysis, which allow for the testing of complementarity of the three dimensions. According to Gilbert and Campbell, 2015, and Michael F. et al. 2019, the use of formative constructs is more accurate for complementarity analysis in FSQCA. Furthermore, the stream of literature covered in this study covered the theoretical considerations and expert validation through the construct validity and reliability for equifinal and asymmetrical in FSQCA analysis. Table 2 describes all variables linked with theories in the variables association matrix. There are three distinct measurement scales that were employed for the data collected for this investigation. The direct approach of calibration is the one that is utilized for the ordinal scale data calibration the vast majority of the time. Olin et al. 2019. There are three anchors in order to determine the cutoff points for a case's full non-membership, full membership, and a crossover point at which the case is neither a member nor a non-member while using this method. Olin et al. 2016. Within the context of this investigation, we adhere to the ordinal data calibration rule proposed by Rajan, 2013. This rule identified the 5th percentile as the non-membership anchor, the median score of each variable as the crossover point, and the 95th percentile as the full set membership score. We employed the calibration method provided by Malik et al. 2020 for the ratio scale of ROA. This rule used the 25th, 50th, and 75th percentile scores as the three anchors for full non-membership, crossover, and full membership anchors, respectively. Table 2 Variables Association. Full-size table. 3.3 Data calibration. According to Rajan, 2009, the ordinal scale data in FSQCA are used as a direct method for calibration, as this study implements the three ordinal different measurement scales for calibrating the data in this research. As shown in Table 1, three anchors for identifying cutoff points for membership classification of full non-membership, the crossover point, and full membership where the association is either a full member or non-member. Rajan, 2013. Thus, This study complies with the Ordinal Data Calibration Rule by Russo et al. 2018, where the 5th percentile is the non-membership anchor. The median score of each variable is the crossover point, and the 95th percentile is the full set membership score. Using the FSQCA 3.0 software to carry out a routine that systematizes how a direct method of calibration supports uncalibrated data as input and further classifies the 3-set membership anchors. Rajan, 2013. We implemented the nominal scale data as developed by Rajan, 2009, to calibrate the full membership represented, yes, the crossover points as partial, and finally the full, non-membership as no. See Table 3. Table 3 descriptive statistics and calibrated scores. Full size table. 3.4 truth table. The truth table enables data to be presented in the format that allows for FSQCA to carry out a specific relationship analysis between the causal conditions and the result. Rajan, 2013. The FSQCA 3.0 software has the characteristic to produce 128 feasible configurations that support the 7 causal conditions. The algorithm maps perform logical statistics possibilities and empirical configurations of fuzzy set data. An empirically supported configuration implies that a membership score of greater than 0.5 represents a scenario in which the value is more in than out, meaning verifying the membership of the case configuration, Pappas and Woodside. 2021. Grouping of cases that demonstrate a similar configuration of the causal conditions assessed whether the configuration criteria agree with the outcome. The measurement of consistency scores is conditioned to the degree to which the data demonstrate consistent relationships between the causal conditions and the outcome. Rajan, 2013. Thus, the ranges are measured between 0 and 1, and all cases sharing a configuration score of 1 show the same outcome. The measurement for both the individual configuration level and multiple configurations shares the same consistency scores. Olin et al., 2022a, 2022b. According to Woodside, 2013, to determine the frequency and consistency cutoffs for subsequent analysis, frequency cutoffs measured to the configuration of membership of minimum cases are included for further analysis. We also provide the information on core and peripheral conditions. The core conditions are decisive causal components, Olin et al., 2022a, 2022b, since they continue to be a part of the solution even when assuming a state of the world in which challenging counterfactuals that are not supported by the existing theory take place. When easy counterfactuals are considered, contributing factors continue to be a component of the solution, but when difficult counterfactuals are considered, these conditions are stripped away from the answer. In order to meaningfully differentiate and evaluate core and contributing circumstances, i.e., region, it is a good practice to disclose the assumptions that were included in the analysis in a clear manner, together with the theoretical rationales for their inclusion and plausibility. FIS, 2011. For findings, the analysis carried out demonstrates FSQCA outcomes of 3 possible solutions: complex, parsimonious, and intermediate. A complex solution depends independently on the empirical indication, while both the parsimonious and intermediate solutions are supported by counterfactual analysis. Hence, to conform with the practical interpretability of findings, the configurations were classified as not empirically observed in the FSQCA analysis. Olin et al., 2022a, 2022b. 2022c, Woodside, 2013. A core condition occurs in both intermediate and parsimonious solutions if there exists a causal condition. As discussed by FIS, 2011, A peripheral condition can only be observed in an intermediate solution. Therefore, a stronger causal effect occurs on the results rather than the peripheral condition. Table 4 demonstrates the number of observed cases, with membership showing at least 0.5 that support each configuration. Consequently, this study draws on FIS 2011's suggestions to support the uniqueness of the configurations. Table 4 sufficient configurations for HPC adoption. Full-size table. In keeping with FIS 2011, Pappas and Woodside 2021, and Woodside 2013, our study highlights the distinctive characteristics of the three HPC adoption configurations with appropriate labels to illustrate the organizing themes of the independent configurations. By associating the three HPC adoption configurations, cognition and opportunity recognition are two entrepreneurial mindset subsets characterized by transparency patterns that are strategic for MSMEs to promote the entrepreneurial readiness for a strategic decision on the HPC adoption process, while providing entrepreneurial assurance mechanisms to support the implementation of innovative technology that seamlessly continue backing entrepreneurial processes. Additionally, MSMEs implementing new technology rather than cognition did not reveal the presence of any direct membership. Therefore, the association is dependent on other associations with opportunity recognition. The proposition P1 demonstrates that the empirical indication that a combination of an entrepreneurial mindset, cognition, and opportunity recognition, with the provision of behavior, specifically technology adoption and organization from the TE framework, supports MSMEs HPC adoption as shown by strong raw coverage of 0.76. For the proposition P2, the empirical evidence ranges of cognition and opportunity recognition of the entrepreneurial mindset, technology adoption of the behavior and environment of the TE framework support MSMEs HPC adoption with a raw coverage score of 0.56. The configuration associations influence MSMEs' perceptions of HPC adoption, enabling firms to project specific strategic objectives tailored to acquiring reputational improvement across entrepreneurial processes. The entrepreneurial mindset's two dimensions, cognition and opportunity recognition, combined both behaviors one dimension, technology adoption, and one of the TE framework two dimensions, organization or environment, notwithstanding two differences. A. There was stronger support for the proposition P1 configuration represented full condition disclosures, whereas proposition P2 also provided similar condition disclosures, which the associations support the HPC adoption, and B. There was support for the proposition P2 on the presence of peripheral and core conditions disclosure, whereby the proposition P1 presents some absence of both conditions. Collectively, these two distinctive characteristics have enabled this study to describe the proposition P1 as stronger support in necessary associations for HPC adoption, and the proposition P2 also shows support in necessary associations for MSMEs HPC adoption. Both propositions P1 and P2 further provide configuration propositions regarding the complementarity effect for HPC adoption. Adjoint the proposition P3 showcases a weak support for the entrepreneurial mindset's two dimensions, cognition and opportunity recognition, combined both behaviors one dimension, technology adoption, and one of the TE framework two dimensions, organization or environment. In addition, the propositions P1 and P2 also provide support for the conjunctural causation effect proposed for functional equivalence, suggesting that considering some of the entrepreneurial mindset dimensions, such as opportunity recognition, is a priority for HPC adoption. The outcomes of the necessary condition empirical testing show that cognition, the first dimension of the entrepreneurial mindset, demonstrates a significantly low consistency score of 0.85 compared to opportunity recognition with a consistency score of 0.94, which is above the required consistency score of 0.90 for the necessary condition. However, when cognition is combined with other conditions such as technology adoption, organization, or environment, the consistency score is above 0.90. The remaining dimension, P3, combined the variables of an entrepreneurial mindset, cognition, and opportunity recognition, entrepreneurial behavior, technology adoption, and the TOE framework, environment, with negative, minus, values, except for the variable organization from the TOE framework. The P3 transparency dimensions consist of two key distinctions. 1. The P3 configuration represented limited disclosures, whereas the P1 and P2 also provided assurance mechanisms to verify information that was disclosed. And 2. There was a greater emphasis placed on behavior and an entrepreneurial mindset in P1 as opposed to the P3. The combination of these two distinguishing characteristics has made it possible for us to demonstrate that the P1 result supports the adoption of technology as a focused, limited, negated values of the P3 as an insufficient support strategy for the adoption of technology. Both the propositions P1 and P2 provide support for the third proposition, which is about the compensatory effect of variable organization based on the TV framework. In addition, the conjunctural causation effect that was proposed receives support from both P1 and P2. According to Krauss et al., 2018 suggested crafting an overarching narrative that is being revealed across configurations to capture the whole. The comprehensiveness of the entrepreneurial mindset as the common orchestrating attribute across all three association configurations represents an effect that this study proposed in the conceptual framework, Fig. 1. This inference is based on our data, which showed that nearly 2/3 of MSMEs are already implementing some form of innovative technology. Moreover, some MSMEs with advanced innovative know-how score high on technology adoption. The pattern of a positive relationship between the comprehensiveness of the entrepreneurial mindset and technology adoption was examined for some MSMEs, while other MSMEs had a high entrepreneurial mindset but a low technology adoption. The joint presence of entrepreneurial mindset and behavior dimension for Proposition P1 and Proposition P2, and the presence of TE framework dimensions for confirmation of the ability of MSMEs to leverage HPC adoption for innovative performance. 5. Discussion. In this paper, we bridge the literature focused on technology adoption. Ternatsky and Fleischer, 1990, Yosef et al. 2008, Cunningham et al., 2022. And Entrepreneurial Mindset, Daspit et al., 2023, Caraco et. 2021, by engaging in a configurational study addressing how technological, organizational, and environmental factors and the entrepreneurial mindset factors can be interwoven to achieve the desired result, the technology adoption for value creation purposes. Our framework connects this relatively disparate literature and builds upon their overall and specific contributions. In terms of technology adoption framework, in particular extending and connecting the notions from the innovation or organization-centered, Ternatsky and Fleischer, 1990, Yosef et al. 2008, and adopter-centered frameworks, Fishbein and Agin, 1975. Davis, 1985. This study offers two main contributions. Firstly, we address the lack of specific contextual elements related to technology adoption, with a particular focus on the lacking conceptualization of entrepreneurial mindset, Daspit et al. 2021, Cunningham et al. 2022. In this line, we focus especially on the technology adoption of MSMEs, HPC adoption in particular. And within that context show both cognition and opportunity recognition need to be considered as elements of the entrepreneurial mindset bridging diverse literatures. The ability for companies to grow and expand based on the digital technology adoption is impacted by a combination of several factors, including the two mindset factors the paper focuses on. Hence, both cognition and opportunity recognition can lead to the entrepreneurial action for value creation purposes. Our second contribution centers on extending the limited understanding of how MSMEs undertake technology adoption to value creation purposes. We illustrate in this study that there is complementarity when MSMEs combine more established elements of technology adoption frameworks with an aspect of an entrepreneurial mindset. To capture value from technology adoption, MSMEs need to be complementary so that they ensure that they fully realize the disruptive and competitive benefits of technology adoption. The extant literature has acknowledged that in order to understand the role of different types of factors relevant more holistically to the adoption of digital technologies, it is necessary to combine these a range of factors based on different models. E.g., TV and Hot, Lin et al. 2020, Oliveira et al. 2014. Such of these models contribute to value creation, but do not address some of the contextual and organizational constraints that instigating MSME firms experience. Hence, our study addresses these contextual criticisms leveled at technology adoption frameworks, and we integrate entrepreneurial mindset factors that contribute to MSMEs creating and realize value through value capture. The focus of our study is on entrepreneurial mindset factors, which have so far been mostly overlooked in the analyses of technology adoption, focusing on MSMEs. Although not at the center of our interest, we, however, also demonstrate again how integrating entrepreneurial concepts and theories can uniquely bridge the individual-organizational divide, i.e., the micro-macro divide. In terms of the entrepreneurial mindset, we use the concept on a collective level, since as McMullen and Shepard, 2006, so adequately put, there is no market independent of the actors who create it. Therefore, ultimately, someone somewhere must undergo a decision process in which action is chosen if any market process is to occur. In a similar vein, there is no technology adoption without the forces of entrepreneurial mindsets within an organization, which is even more visible within small entities, such as the MSMEs we explore. Furthermore, scholars have mostly paid attention to either the role of an entrepreneurial mindset and their individual components, or innovation, organization, or adopter-centered factors, separately, and to a large degree focused on single cause-effect relationships. We argued that we also need to understand the underlying configurations, whereby also including softer factors, that is the mindset, for value creation purposes. In line with the conceptual framework on the interplay of technology and mindset for innovation, Ringberg et al., 2019, we engage in the analysis of configurational effects to better understand how diverse antecedents work together and combine into configurations that indicate an outcome consistently. Hence, we can demonstrate that albeit a certain factor is not necessary per se to lead to the outcome of interest, yet when taken together with other factors, it can support the adoption of HPC, technology adoption for value creation purposes. To this end, our study employs a fuzzy set qualitative comparative analysis, FSQCA, as an empirical testing technique to address the possibility of equifinality, FIS, 2007, i.e., a situation where several diverse configurations lead to the outcome of interest. FSQCA has also been used to gain a more fine-grained understanding of the outcomes of the adoption of new emerging technologies, Michael F. et al., 2019, as well as the diverse paths leading to their adoption, Gilbert and Campbell, 2015, where we use this configurational approach to address the interplay of innovation and organization-centered factors with the entrepreneurial mindset for technology adoption. For the purposes of this study, we examined the cognition and opportunity recognition dimensions of an entrepreneurial mindset. Concerning cognition is not a necessary condition for technology adoption, but opportunity recognition is as the consistency score met the required of equals 0.90. Our finding further confirms MSME's Wing et al. 2013 research claiming opportunity recognition depends on variables such as self-efficacy, prior knowledge, and social networks, but not necessarily cognition. Interestingly, the solution table includes two unique configurations of factors that lead to our outcome of interest, i.e., the adoption of HPC, P1 and P2, with P3 having insufficient coverage. Both pathways include the two dimensions of our mindset factors, cognition and opportunity recognition, either in combination with organizational factors, higher support, or environmental factors, lower support. We confirm and extend the prior work of Hajizadeh and Zaili, 2016, and Kolb, 1984, who claimed that among other dimensions, cognition and opportunity recognition are strongly interconnected among MSMEs when it comes to technology adoption for value creation purposes. We have thereby addressed the recent call by Cutolo and Kenny, 2019, to increase our understanding of how cognition and opportunity recognition change entrepreneurial behavior, i.e., lead to entrepreneurial action, including that of adopting or not adopting new digital technologies such as HPC. Concerning the environmental factor, interestingly we find that this factor is not a necessary condition for HPC technology adoption for value creation purposes. Our study builds on previous research on factors for the adoption of digital technologies. For example, Ifinito, 2011, Borgman et al., 2013, and Oliveira et al., 2014. All show that different elements of the environment do not affect the adoption of digital technologies. Moreover, this would suggest for value creation purposes that different elements of the environment are not as influential for MSME's technology adoption. Our study is thus a step in the direction of a more comprehensive understanding of factors, their configurations and complementarity that lead to the adoption of digital technologies, and in particular of HPC by MSMEs. 5.1 Limitations and further research. We recognize the following limitations related to the study carried out in this paper. Firstly, the variations in cultural, economic, and regulatory factors across contexts, both geographical and sectorial, may introduce unique constraints and could potentially require further investigation to validate the transferability of our findings. The data set only included MSMEs from the European Danube region, albeit our chosen context has several advantages, such as the diversity of local contexts the firms come from, as well as that the introduction of the HPC enjoys considerable policy support in the region. It is limited to a European context, which is also influenced by its macro-regional specialties, general development of HPC within the region both in terms of Danube as well as EU, specific policy mechanisms, which might differ in other parts of the world, such as US, China, Japan. The selected companies were representatives from 3 industries: automotive, electronics, and IT. Arguably, these are industries prone to HPC adoption, yet they might not be representative of the entire economies. Nor can we derive insights for industries that are less HPC savvy or in which fewer opportunities related to HPC can conceivably be precept. However, the fuzzy set analysis can also provide a flexible framework that can be adapted and applied to different industries and regions, allowing for customization and fine-tuning to specific contexts. Next, the utilization of self-reported measures of reverse causality constrains the capacity to establish definitive inferences from the findings of this research. The acknowledgement of potential recall bias in the reporting of reverse causality, particularly if the occurrence occurred further in the past, is widely recognized in academic literature. Notwithstanding our dependence on retrospective reporting, self-awareness, and willingness to disclose, the credibility of these indicators of previous reverse causality is corroborated by research. Furthermore, our study focused on two of the entrepreneurial mindset variables, cognition and opportunity recognition. Further research efforts are required to examine the adoption of the conceptual model that has been developed. It would be beneficial to carry out longitudinal studies that focus on different technology adoption frameworks as specified by the technology and/or the user group. The longitudinal evidence that may be gathered via this method has the potential to improve our comprehension of the causation or interrelationships between or among choice factors that are significant to the acceptance of technology by entrepreneurs for value creation purposes. Furthermore, since in this study, we do not differentiate different modalities of HPC, e.g. own infrastructure for HPC versus applications via distant access, further research could focus on these specific modalities, providing there is an argument their adoption might play out differently considering different stages of adoption as e.g., considering the 3 stages proposed by Grover. 1993 initiation, which includes the initial steps, which culminate in the adoption, then 2 adoption in the narrower sense, as the decision to commit further resources. And finally, the 3 implementation, i.e., the development and further activities that ensure the realization of benefits. Therefore, more research is needed to better understand the value creation dynamics within MSMEs through these different stages of adoption. Also, further research on sources of value friction and destruction for MSMEs entrepreneurs is also warranted. Our limitations thus imply future research opportunities to explore, namely to recreate the approach used in different regional settings, either within other European regions or wider. To expand the data set by involving companies from multiple industries, and finally, to investigate the implications of other entrepreneurial mindset variables, for instance, prior knowledge, entrepreneurial alertness and learning, self-efficacy and social networks on companies' behavior when adopting digital technologies such as high-performance computing. 5.2 Implications for management, innovators, and policymakers. Acknowledging our study limitations, our study also raises some relevant issues for entrepreneurs, innovators, and policymakers, particularly as new technologies become more industrialized and democratized at a more rapid rate. Firstly, our findings have some implications for managerial and innovation practice. For MSME entrepreneurs and innovators, in order to realize value through new technology adoption, the opportunity recognition is a critical element of their entrepreneurial mindset. Therefore, such MSME entrepreneurs and innovators need to be continually building and enhancing their knowledge base within and beyond their industry and competitive settings if they are to accrue value from new technology adoption. Moreover, for individual MSME entrepreneurs and innovators, there is a need to consider building and leveraging firm team-wide cognitive frames to enhance their opportunity recognition. George et al. 2016. Moreover, possessing a capability concerning opportunity recognition beyond technology adoption could become a dynamic capability for MSMEs. Kayaza et al. 2015. 2020, and provide the basis for wider value creation efforts within a firm. Secondly, for policymakers, our study raises a challenging policy question of how to effectively support MSME entrepreneurs and innovators to exploit new technologies once the initial infrastructure is in place, and avail for exploitation with public investment support. Our study would suggest that supporting MSME entrepreneurs and innovators to develop the opportunity recognition dimension of their entrepreneurial mindset through targeted policy interventions is necessary to realize the wider benefits of public investment in new technologies and to support individual entrepreneurs, innovators, and firms to create value for growth purposes. Addressing this aspect of the entrepreneurial mindset could further the diffusion of innovation through the adoption of new technologies, Oliveira et al., 2014, and potentially develop new dynamic capabilities within MSMEs centered on opportunity recognition that can pervade all aspects of a firm's operations and processes. Our study also highlights the need for policymakers to understand the softer dimensions of new technology adoption. Simply investing in large public entrepreneurship and innovation programs that have the potential to create value is not sufficient. Such programs need to consider the entrepreneurial mindset of entrepreneurs and innovators who will create their own value. The policy danger is that if such softer factors are not accommodated, these programs and policies that are aimed at creating value, this may lead to unintended value destruction, Cunningham et al., 2018, and suboptimal impacts for entrepreneurial ecosystems, Odrech et al., 2019. Odrech et al., 2022. We believe our study helps to underpin this important issue. Stage-wise overview of issues influencing organizational technology adoption and use. This paper provides a stage-wise overview of the important issues that play a role in technology adoption and use in organizations. In the current literature, there is a lack of consistency and clarity about the different stages of the technology adoption process, the important issues at each stage, and the differentiation between antecedents, after effects, enablers, and barriers to technology adoption. This paper collected the relevant issues in technology adoption and use, mentioned dispersely and under various terminologies in the recent literature. The qualitative literature review was followed by thematic analysis of the data. The resulting themes were organized into a thematic map depicting 3 stages of the technology adoption process: pre-change, change, and post-change. The relevant themes and sub-themes at each stage were identified and their significance discussed. The themes at each stage are antecedents to the next stage. All the themes of the pre-change and change stages are neutral, but the way they are managed and executed makes them enablers or barriers in effect. The thematic map is a continuous cycle where every round of technology adoption provides input for the subsequent rounds. Based on how themes have been addressed and executed in practice, they can either enhance or impair the subsequent technology adoption. This thematic map can be used as a qualitative framework by academics and practitioners in the field to evaluate technological changes. Introduction. The topic of organizational change has received a lot of attention in the past years. There are various kinds of changes and transformations that organizations go through. Organizational changes could be due to merging and acquisition, or cultural, structural, procedural, and technological changes. Smith, 2002. Organizational change management is about taking action toward a defined state through practices that are different from the routine practices. Burns, 2009. Molly et al., 2020, to reach a goal. The goal of technology change is to offer better products and services through replacing the existing with the new technology. Aramu et al., 2019. The extent to which an organization is able to adapt to required changes is referred to as organizational readiness. With regard to technology changes, readiness encompasses technological infrastructure, knowledge, human, resources, and managerial commitment to change, and the extent of readiness is a precursor to successful organizational change management. Han et al., 2020, Molly et al., 2020. Therefore, each of the factors that contribute to readiness deserves attention. Throughout history, there have been 3 eras of technological advancement, namely the agricultural, industrial, and digital eras, Cascio and Monte Alegre, 2016. The base of the digital era's technologies is information and communication technologies, Cascio and Monte Alegre, 2016, that are further divided into 3 groups: function IT, which enhances task execution and precision; network IT, which enhances communication; and enterprise IT, which redesigns and standardizes workflow. A new era is the 4th Industrial Revolution, or Industry 4.0, which marks the evolution of technology from mechanical to electrical to digital, and now to even more automation and intelligent networking of systems through smart manufacturing. Lewis and Naden, 2018, Sony. And Naik, 2020. Technology adoption and implementation processes in Industry 4.0 are more complex than traditional technology implementations because they involve a wider range of connected technologies, calling for work process readjustments, industrial scale changes, and changes in the society on a global level. Lewis and Naden, 2018. The pace of technological evolution is exponential, and the nature of technologies is more disruptive, Molino et al., 2020, than previous technological eras. This implies that a number of sub-projects need to be coordinated and managed strategically. Rajko, 2017. Industry 4.0 has become a topic of great interest among scholars and practitioners since 2013. Kulit et al., 2020. With the rapid advancement of technology, various disciplines and sectors have been influenced by technological evolution. We need to know what we have learned from the past eras of technological advancements to be able to deal with the challenges of the present and future eras. Therefore, an overview of the important factors and their role in technology adoption success is needed. A number of models and theories have been introduced and used in the existing literature. However, they present their findings through different theoretical lenses, and they differ in their area of focus and scope. They point to different and sometimes overlapping and rather general factors of the technology adoption process. There is no one overview of all these factors that are mentioned dispersely in the literature. It is not clear when these factors play a role and when they act as enablers or barriers to technology adoption. Therefore, the following questions arise. 1. What are the main themes, issues/factors in organizational technology adoption? 2. When do the themes play a role and at what stage of the technology adoption process? 3. How do the themes exert an influence as enablers or barriers? This paper aims to consolidate different theoretical frameworks, findings, and suggested interventions into one stage-wise overview. This will help to emphasize timing in the process, making it easy to create sub-projects that can be delegated. Having such an overview will enable us to consolidate new findings from new technological revolutions into the map, updating it with new trends, and to customize it to the internal and external organizational environment. Therefore, it is both general and customizable when applied per industry or organization. The overview will organize these issues into stages, clarifying their role as antecedents or after effects, enablers, or barriers. The key actors are identified when applicable, and the recommended practices for a better technology adoption process are highlighted. This will help identify future research needs and foci. In the next section, an overview of the main theoretical frameworks used in past studies is introduced, and an overview of previous findings about influential factors in technology adoption is provided. Theoretical background and further research. The current literature has used a number of theories and models for studies related to information systems, IS, and information technology communication, ICT, Ease et al., 2019. A description of each of them is beyond the scope of this paper, but the most prominent models of technology adoption and change management theory are presented in this section to give an idea of the lenses through which the most prominent factors in technology adoption have been identified to date. Technology adoption models. The models most referred to can be grouped into two categories of individual level and organizational/firm level models. At the individual level, the theory of reasoned action, TRA, by Agin and Fishbein, 1980, posits that a person's behavior, through intention, is influenced by their attitude and their perceived subjective norms about that behavior. Attitude is shaped by the personal belief and view of the behavior, while the subjective norms is about how others' evaluations are perceived and form motivation to engage in a behavior. For a more detailed overview, see Dvivetti et al., 2012. This model was adopted from the field of psychology into IS models, Dvivetti et al., 2012. The model was improved into the theory of planned behavior, TP, by Agin in 1985 and builds on TRA by including perceived behavioral control, PBC, which is important when actions are not under full volitional control. According to the theory of planned behavior, perceived behavioral control, together with behavioral intention, can be used directly to predict behavioral achievement, Agin, 1985, page 184. Another widely used model is the Technology Acceptance Model, TAM, developed by Davis, 1989. It has been considered a powerful tool to represent and understand the determinants of users' IT acceptance process. Dvivetti et al., 2012, page 167. This model posits that intention to use technology is affected by attitude, which in turn influences perceived usefulness, PU, and perceived ease of use, POU. PU is based on the belief as to whether the application or innovation helps people perform their job better and helps them improve task performance. PAU refers to the evaluation of whether or not using the application is worth the effort. Dvivetti et al., 2012. PU is also influenced by PU. Dvivetti et al., 2012. An improvement was made to TAM by incorporating more consumer-related factors, Slade et al., 2015, leading to the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology, ATOT. By Venkatesh et al. In 2003, an acknowledgement that the determinants of acceptance of technology vary across models. The authors studied some of the main models in the IT field to create UTUT. It postulates that acceptance and behavior are directly determined by performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating conditions. The effect of the core constructs is moderated by age and gender, experience, and volition of use. Venkatesh et al., 2003. Both TAM and ATOT have been criticized for not capturing the complexity of technology adoption adequately, for being too focused on individuals' beliefs and perceptions, and for having reached a plateau of how much they can contribute to the field of technology adoption, Shachak et al., 2019, which is rapidly evolving and expanding. Diffusion of innovation, DOI, developed by Rogers, 1995, focuses on both individual and firm-level technology adoption. It integrates three major components: adopter characteristics, innovation characteristics, and the innovation decision process. In the innovation decision step, there are 5 steps, namely knowledge, persuasion, decision, implementation, and confirmation that are influenced by communication channels among the members of a similar social system over a period of time. Perceived characteristics of innovation include 5 main constructs: relative advantage, compatibility, complexity, trialability, and observability, that have been proposed as factors affecting any innovation acceptance. In the adopter characteristics step, 5 categories are defined: early adopters, innovators, laggards, late majority, and early majority. For more details, see Baker, 2012, and Vivetti et al., 2012. Therefore, this model takes into account not only the features of technology, but also individual characteristics and organizational processes. This model is consistent with another firm-level model, the Technology, Organization, and Environment Framework, TE, developed by Tornatsky and Fleischer, 1990. However, the TOE also incorporated the environmental context into the model, which is an advantage over the Doi, Oliveira, and Martins, 2011. This model tries to show how technology innovation decision-making is affected by the technological context, technology characteristics and availability, the organizational context, formal and informal linking structure, communication, size and slack, and the environmental context, market and industry structure, technology support and infrastructure, government regulations. For more details, see Baker, 2012. The technological context is concerned with the equipment and practices internal to the organization as well as externally available technologies, and draws attention to the disruptiveness of new technology and adoption risks. Baker, 2012. The organizational context is about the organizational structure, management, resources, and processes, and how they affect innovation adoption in organizations. The environmental context is the arena in which the organization operates, Oliveira and Martins, 2011, and how factors such as governmental policies regarding safety or efficiency, industrial maturity and its effect on the strategy for innovation, and the presence and capacity of technology providers influence technology adoption and implementation. Baker, 2012. While Doi is more about the antecedents and determinants of technology adoption, TE is more about the contextual factors, Oliveira and Martins, 2011. These models are often used in the literature, especially in the IS, management, and health sectors. However, regarding technology adoption, TRA and TB do not account for many factors relating to the technology itself, and there is no clear indication of the different stages of the adoption process involved. TAM and ATOT are at the individual level of adoption, while DOI and TOE are applied at the organizational level, Oliveira and Martins, 2011. They deal with many organizational structure factors and contextual factors, Oliveira and Martins, 2011, but there is not enough emphasis on interventions such as training and participation that require the more active engagement of users and leaders in the change process. The next section provides an overview of some of the change management models that could highlight the role of leadership and intervention. Organizational change management theories. Technology adoption is not a passive process. It requires active leadership engagement. Therefore, it is also important to look at some of the prominent models of change management. Change management is the process of continually renewing an organization's direction, structure, and capabilities to serve the ever-changing needs of external and internal stakeholders. Moran and Brightman, 2000, page 66. One of the oldest models of change management is the 3-step unfreeze, change, and refreeze model of change introduced by Lewin, 1947, Cummings et al., 2016. This approach was further elaborated by Shine and was regarded as a cognitive redefinition, learning to think in a new way, Shine, 1999. The first step, unfreezing, involves creating motivation and readiness for change by creating a balance between perceived threats of change and the perceived psychological safety to embrace change. Shine, 1996. Worth, 2004. The second step, change, involves the identification of what needs to be changed and what should be the outcome, and it can benefit from observing role models that have achieved the desired state, or mentors, as well as learning through trial and error and thus scanning the possible solutions to enhance learning and coping with ongoing change. Shine, 1996. Worth, 2004. The third step, refreezing, involves habituations and maintenance of the new behaviors consistent with the change through the development of a new identity and relationships within the broader cultural context. Worth, 2004. Cotter, 1996, introduced a model of change implementation involving 8 steps. 1. Create a sense of urgency. 2. Create a guiding coalition. 3. Create a vision and strategy. 4. Communicate the change vision. 5. Empower broad-based action. 6. Generate short-term wins. 7. Consolidate gains and further changes. And 8. Anchor change into the culture. For more detail, see Cotter. 1996. Applebaum et al., 2012. Armanakis and Harris, 2009. Developed a model focused on creating change readiness. The model consists of 5 components. 1. Discrepancy, which is about depicting a difference between the current state and the potential future state. 2. Efficacy, which is about creating trust in the ability to accomplish the change goals. 3. Appropriateness, which is concerned with being convinced that the change solution is the best solution. 4. Principal support, which is about the provision of support during the change. And 5. Personal valence, which addresses the perceived personal benefit in the change process. In order to reinforce the 5 components, 7 strategies are mentioned. These strategies are management of information, persuasive communication, formalization of activities, human resource practices, diffusion practices, rites and ceremonies, and active participation. Armanakis and Harris, 2009. Satrin and Lawman, 2017. Cummings and Worley, 2015, presented a 5-step model for effective change management, including the following steps. 1. Motivating employees for change. 2. Creating a vision to clarify the why and what of the change. 3. Providing political support for change and preventing individuals and groups from blocking the change. 4. Managing the transition through planning of activities and maintaining commitment. And 5. Sustaining momentum through resource management, change agents, support, systems, and skill development. Cummings and Worley, 2015. There are certain overlaps between these models, but they are not specific to technology and innovation management and interventions. Nevertheless, incorporating the theories about how to manage change into an overview of different perspectives on technology adoption and use at the firm level could create a more comprehensive overview of the entire process of technology introduction and use, from preparing for technology change to maintaining technology use. Many of these frameworks have been used in the literature. An overview of the recent findings is presented next. Existing literature. There have been numerous studies on the topic of technology adoption and implementation. A review of the important factors in technology adoption in Industry 4.0 highlighted strategic management and goal setting, employees, the digitalization and harmonization of technology, change management, and cybersecurity management, Sony and Nike, 2020. There was no clear stage-wise division, but the importance of timing was indicated by emphasizing implementation in a timely manner. With regard to time, Having a realistic timeframe that accounts for the unpredictable obstacles during the process was noted, and the need to adjust workloads at a given time was indicated. Molly et al., 2020. Most research has stemmed from IS and ICT Ease et al., 2019, in accordance with the third era of technological revolution, Cascio and Montealegre, 2016. A number of facilitators and barriers are proposed. Literature reviews have shown that organizational culture, strategy, and resources management should be aligned to minimize obstacles to adoption. Kumar et al., 2018. Mater Ramsady et al., 2018. Shin and Shin, 2020. However, the obstacles are not clearly distinguished, and the mechanism of adjusting the culture and strategy is rather abstract. In other studies, internal upper management support was found to a prominent factor. Chung and Choi, 2018, Liu et al., 2018, Mater Ramsady et al., 2018, Molly et al., 2020, Yukovitz, 2020. Furthermore, awareness of the state of affairs in the organization's external environment was found to be essential. Mater Ramsady et al., 2018, Vaishnavi et al., 2019. Organizational structure was found to impact technology adoption. For more detail, see Aramu et al., 2018. Other studies have pointed out the importance of change agents and influential and senior users. Keyworth et al., 2018, Molino et al., 2020, informing normative pressure and influencing the perceptions of other users. De Benedictis et al., 2020. Communicating the reasons for change and provision of training were also mentioned as important facilitators of technology adoption. Molly et al., 2020, Molino et al., 2020. The importance of focusing on the users and users' beliefs as a facilitator of adoption, Muhammad et al., 2018, was mentioned in the literature review by El Hamdi and Abu Abdallah, 2018. Other studies have suggested that technical issues and technical maturity can be barriers to successful technology change. Keyworth et al., 2018. The importance of a work environment that is supportive to the employees, the participation of skilled key actors, and fostering cross-functional teamwork were mentioned in the study by Kumar et al., 2018. The study by Ease et al., 2019, identified the major factors of adoption as technology's ease of use, a focus on the users and management. Ease et al., 2019, pointed out that the process of technology adoption is a dynamic process. None of the stages is static, and therefore the different factors involved can influence the adoption process at different stages. Ease et al., 2019. In addition to the aforementioned factors and the dynamic nature of the technology adoption process as posited by Ease et al., 2019, it is important to highlight that when people engage with technology and interact with it, they adapt to it in different ways, showing different outcomes of the use. Schmitz et al., 2016, and Application of Technology. This is even more complex in today's socio-technical systems. Lewis and Naden, 2018. Most of the recent work and reviews show failure in organizational technology adoption and low technology usage. Decker et al., 2012, Sligo et al., 2017. The existing reviews mostly consider the same models of technology adoption embedded in IS field. Huang et al., 2016, Cole and Eidgehai, 2017, Lai, 2017. Fewer studies have focused on firm-level technology adoption, Oliveira and Martins, 2011, than on individual technology adoption. In the existing models and theories on how to manage technology change, the terms antecedent and after effects are not clearly distinguished. The studies on antecedents of success and failure are inconsistent. Decker et al., 2012. Therefore, what can be considered as antecedent to success can also be antecedent to failure, which implies these antecedents can be both enablers of success and barriers to it. According to Decker et al., 2012, these antecedents are rooted in different theoretical foundations and can include cultural factors, decision-making processes, and power hierarchy, leadership, and past change failures. Other reviews have offered a detailed account of barriers, Cruz et al., 2016, but it is not clear to which stage of change they belong. The stages of change are not always clearly defined in the reviews, and therefore it is difficult to consolidate the findings from different reviews into a chronological and consistent overview to help identify antecedents and after effects, enablers, and barriers. Furthermore, the prominent models and theories either target restricted aspects and stages in the technology adoption process with respect to the interest of that specific discipline and without capturing the broader organizational ecosystem, or they are too broad and do not pinpoint the specific issues at particular stages that one needs to be aware of while studying technological adoption processes. The desired outcome is mostly the displayed usage behavior. Usage does not show what users actually think about the new technology, how it was implemented, and how they will incorporate that into future technology rounds. These theories imply a linear process, while Industry 4.0 highlights a need for constant change that is more complex than a mere linear process. Furthermore, the change theories present guidelines and advice for managers on how to implement change from a managerial perspective, and the experience of technology adopters and the broader organizational ecosystem is not clearly stated. Nevertheless, the models have important components that can be integrated into one general overview accounting for both individual-level and firm-level adoption. It is important to map the existing findings about the technology adoption process in order to be able to evaluate the process and practices against the emerging challenges of technology adoption and its complexities. As characterized by the new technological era, Oliveira and Martins, 2011. Khalid et al., 2020. This will help identify new areas of research about where and when improvements are needed and how can they be implemented. There is a wide range of theoretical frameworks and issues to consider when introducing new technologies in organizations. As such, the motivations for this research and for a qualitative approach were 1. The lack of one comprehensive overview in the literature of all the issues and themes at different stages of organizational technology adoption. 2. The lack of clarity of when and how these issues act as enablers and barriers, antecedents and after effects, and the inconsistent use of terminology. And 3. The broad scope of the research question about a complex system and the need to identify and map the issues mentioned in the literature can be better explored through a qualitative approach to literature review. This literature review aimed to identify and map the scope of the existing literature, and it was based on Systematic Review Protocol, Munn et al., 2018. The map can be used for further detailed investigations and systematic literature reviews, Bramer et al., 2017. The aim is to present a stage-wise thematic map of important themes and issues to consider from pre-change to post-change, with consideration for future technology change rounds. The map covers issues ranging from selection to acceptance, adoption, and implementation by the stakeholders involved. It is transferable across disciplines. It can be used as a tool to analyze how the relevant themes might influence the technology adoption process by acting as enablers or barriers, and how themes in one stage become antecedents to the themes in the subsequent stage. In the following section, the materials and method used for the literature search are presented, followed by the data analysis. The results and discussion of the themes, and a thematic map thereof, are presented after that, followed by a general discussion and the conclusion of the paper. Method. The data were collected through a search of literature in recent publications that address themes relating to organizational technology acceptance and adoption. Qualitative analysis was chosen due to the explorative nature of the research question. Qualitative analysis in this case provides an overview of all the themes that should be investigated when adopting a new technology. This paper is a literature review based on qualitative and quantitative research. It attempts to map and identify the main themes and to provide information that can be used by researchers and practitioners seeking to gain an overview of contemporary technological adoption issues in organizations. Literature search. The literature review was carried out based on qualitative research methods in order to ascertain which issues, qualitative, or factors, quantitative, influence technology adoption and use in organizations. A Boolean search was conducted in databases containing electronic journals, including ISI Web of Science and PSYC Info. A combination of search terms was used, including organizational change and technology adoption / technology readiness / technology acceptance / technology endorsement / embrace / approval / reception / maturity / willingness / undertaking. The truncated forms of these terms were also searched. Truncation was applied by using the asterisk function, and an exact phrase search was conducted using the double quote character. ISI Web of Science and PSYC Info were chosen because they have peer-reviewed publications from various fields and mainly technology and social sciences, which would be most suitable for the topic of the paper. ISI Web of Science provided relevant articles selected by humans rather than robots, from disciplines that were closely related to the topic of the research presented in a wide range of journals. PSYC Info provided the psychological and organizational psychology point of view for the development of the thematic map. This will also enhance transferability as more disciplines and research fields are represented in the thematic map. Furthermore, they allow for conducting a Boolean search, which is quite helpful in using different search terms. The search period was limited to publications from 2013 to the end of 2020, the reason being that this period saw the start of publications on Industry 4.0 adoption, Kulit et al., 2020. However, additional sources beyond this time period were used to elaborate on the main concepts and definitions of the themes and sub-themes that resulted from an analysis of the selected articles. Conducting the review started with developing the search terms, then entering them in the ISI Web of Science first, retrieving the results, filtering for the years 2013 to 2020, filtering for English language and full text availability, and transferring the remaining publications to the library. The same procedure was applied to the PSYC Info database. The resulting records were added to the library. Duplicated records were continually removed from the library as new sources were added over the period of data collection. The removed duplicates were not recorded. The publications were screened by title and abstract relevance, where articles indicated or implied factors and issues affecting technology use in organizations, including tangible and intangible technologies. Next, the selected articles were filtered for empirical methodology. Theoretical papers were not considered. In order to embed the research in evidence, publications that used qualitative and quantitative methods to obtain their results empirically were chosen, as opposed to theoretical papers where we are not certain to what extent they have been verified. This adds to the credibility and trustworthiness of the data used to develop the thematic map. The result was 262 peer-reviewed articles. They were read in full and evaluated for relevance to the topic of the review, issues affecting technology use and adoption. If the article introduced an issue or factor that was found to be important or related to technology uptake in the organizational setting, then it was included in the in-depth analysis. The resulting papers were imported to NVivo 12. Critical reading of articles and evaluation of fit were conducted, Savon Baden and Major, 2013. This resulted in 109 articles. At this stage, data analysis started in the form of coding. This process is explained in further detail below. However, it is important to clarify that data analysis included 74 articles before establishing saturation. See Figure 1 for an overview of the process inspired by the Prisma model, Maher et al., 2009, to show the data collection process. Figure 1. Figure 1. Overview of the steps taken to conduct data collection and the criteria for inclusion of sources to be analyzed. While saturation is generally viewed as a criterion for discontinuing data collection or analysis, Saunders et al., 2017, page 1894, there are different approaches to it. In this paper, saturation was reached when new papers did not lead to the emergence of a new code or theme, which is consistent with the inductive thematic saturation model, Saunders et al., 2017. This is when the data only feed into the existing codes and do not result into any new codes. Urquhart, 2013, New Themes, given 2016, or New Theoretical Insights. Saunders et al., 2017. In this paper, the articles considered for data analysis were categorized primarily according to the database from which they were collected, starting with ISI Web of Science, which has a larger collection and is more multidisciplinary. When the articles cease to reveal a new theory, thematic map, or concept that was not already covered in previous publications or whose constituent elements had not already been addressed, saturation was assumed. This was reached after 74 articles had been analyzed. A further 3 articles were added from the references to explain the themes and sub-themes in more detail. It must be acknowledged that it is not possible to establish absolute saturation. It should not be viewed as an absolute point that the researcher reaches, but rather a process in which the researchers establish a degree of saturation that they consider to be enough, knowing that it is always possible to have new and emerging codes and themes, Strauss and Corbin, 1998. However, if adding new data ceases to contribute anything new, data collection becomes redundant, Strauss and Corbin, 1998, Saunders et al., 2017. There is always a possibility that certain information regarding different themes and subthemes, different dimensions of a code, and disconfirming evidence derived from the data may have been excluded. According to Saunders et al., 2017, page 1903, an uncertain predictive claim is made about the nature of data yet to be collected. There is a large volume of publications on this broad research topic, and one can never claim that all the publications that could have some sort of relevance have been reviewed or included. Data analysis. In this paper, thematic analysis was conducted because of the advantages of this method. Through its theoretical freedom, thematic analysis provides a flexible and useful research tool which can potentially provide a rich and detailed, yet complex, account of data, Braun and Clark, 2006, page 78. This method allows for identifying, analyzing, and reporting patterns, themes, within data. It minimally organizes and describes your data set in rich detail, Braun and Clark, 2006, p. 79. Braun and Clark, 2006, page 82, posit that a theme captures something important about the data in relation to the research question and represents some level of pattern response or meaning within the data set. The importance of the theme or the keyness of a theme is not necessarily dependent on quantifiable measures, but rather on whether it captures something important in relation to the overall research question. Braun and Clark, 2006, page 82. Conducting thematic analysis is best done through the 6 phases of thematic analysis as indicated by Braun and Clark, 2006, which can overlap with other methods of qualitative research, such as grounded theory. This phasic approach to conducting thematic analysis is merely a guideline and not a strict protocol and rules about conducting analysis. However, it provides a systematic and iterative approach. In Phase 1, familiarizing oneself with the data, the publications were screened and later thoroughly read to ensure prolonged engagement with the dataset. In the second phase, generating initial codes, initial ideas about what the smallest meaningful unit of text could be, and the pattern observed in the text across different publications were captured through codes. Braun and Clark, 2006. Open coding was done on the texts in a systematic way, and the codes were constantly reviewed and adjusted throughout the process with other research team members to ensure trustworthiness. Codes were categorized into groups in Phase 3, searching for themes, and different groupings and hierarchical structures were reviewed to make sure that the resulting structure was consistent and captured the different codes derived from the data. This was reviewed and adjusted in collaboration with other research team members in an iterative process in accordance with Phase 4, reviewing themes. The identified themes and subthemes were reviewed for naming and grouping in accordance with Phase 5, defining and naming themes, and the results were reported in Phase 6, producing report. For more details, see Bowen et al., 1989. Thematic analysis has different approaches. In this paper, inductive thematic analysis was chosen, where the codes and the themes are developed from the data. Semantic coding was initially applied. With a semantic approach, the themes are identified within the explicit or surface meanings of the data, and the analyst is not looking for anything beyond what a participant has said or what has been written. Braun and Clark, 2006, page 84. In the next step, latent coding was performed to identify the more subtle and latent meanings and patterns. Analysis at the latent level starts to identify or examine the underlying ideas, assumptions, and conceptualizations, and ideologies that are theorized as shaping or informing the semantic content of the data. Braun and Clark, 2006, page 84. Latent coding uncovers the overlapping themes and the various terminologies assigned to the same concepts. For example, in the article by Paris et al., 2016, they state that market demands and threats posed by competitors are primary stimuli for firms to explore innovation as a means to change. This unit of text can be coded to the theme of external environment, as it reflects how an organization will be influenced to adopt a change by its environment. The themes and subthemes were then organized into a thematic map to show an overview of the relationship between codes, between themes, and between different levels of themes. Braun and Clark, 2006, page 20. Through this map, our view of the order of the main themes and subthemes in the different stages of technology adoption and implementation is depicted. See Figure 2. In order to provide an overview of the data used for analysis, a descriptive account of the data with regard to the percentage of the references representing each sector, region, and method used was also prepared. Figure 2. Figure 2. Thematic map of organizational technology selection, adoption, and intervention themes in the pre-change, change process, and post-change stages. This research took place within the post-positivist paradigm, which posits that reality exists, but it is difficult or impossible to determine whether true reality has been found. It is imperfectly apprehendable. Guba and Lincoln, 1994, page 110. In this paradigm, the research process cannot be purely objective and unbiased due to the researcher's role in the design, data collection, and interpretation, which influences the research process. Clark, 1998, Milch and Lawman, 2018. Results and discussion. In this section, the resulting themes of the literature analysis are presented in a thematic map in 3 stages. The first stage represents the pre-change or background state, meaning what the organization is like before the introduction of the new technology. The second stage is the change process stage, which includes organizational interventions to support the ongoing change and human-technology interaction. The third stage represents the post-change or outcome of the technology adoption. A detailed overview of the stages, themes and subthemes, and references is provided in Supplementary Table 1. The overview also shows the percentage of different sectors represented in the thematic map. The sector of management, business, and economics was represented the most, with 35% of all the references. In terms of region, North America, 37%, was the prominent sector. As for the method, the references were mostly qualitative, 45%. An overview of the descriptive analysis of the publications used for thematic map is provided in Supplementary Table 2. Pre-change stage. In this section, the themes and subthemes in the pre-change stage are discussed. This is the state of organizations prior to technology adoption. The current state of the themes in the organizations have been shaped by past change processes, and these themes play a role in future change processes. The main themes from the literature review that were placed under the pre-change state are organizational culture, organizational structure, leadership and management, and resources. See Table 1. Each of these themes consists of subthemes. A description of the main themes and subthemes is presented in Table 1. Table 1. Table 1. Themes and subthemes in thematic map for pre-change stage. Organizational culture. Organizational culture is a very broad theme that has been discussed expansively in the literature. It is the foundation of the organization and is essential as it permeates all the functions of the organization, including technological changes. There are different types of organizational culture. See Shin and Shin, 2020, but none of the frameworks captures all aspects of organizational culture. Organizational culture has been mentioned as the main barrier to change. Belisari et al., 2020. The main subthemes for organizational culture derived from the literature that are found to influence technology adoption are presented here. They include vision and goals, strategy, and organizational values and norms. The subtheme of vision and goals is important as it sets the direction and focus of the organization. Vision refers to the long-term, clear, and coherent view of the future state of the organization. Having a common long-term vision across the organization inspires acceptance of changes to achieve the desired state. But if there are competing visions, there will be division as to what should be done and how. Taylor et al., 2015. Which could impair the change process. The vision and the goals should ideally be coherent because goals help achieve the vision by forming the basis of objectives, policies, and organizational guidelines. McKenna, 2006. We believe that when planning to adopt a new technology, it is important to consider whether the organization has successfully established a shared vision and set of goals across its echelons that foster the adoption of new technologies. Furthermore, we need to consider whether the purpose of that particular technology is aligned with the vision and goals. If not, adjustments need to be made to the choice of technology. When the vision and goals are clear, respective strategies to adopt technological changes should be put in place to reach the goals. In addition to that, goal congruence between management and employees is important in facilitating technological change and overcoming possible political barriers to technology acceptance and eventual performance. Obel and Morgan, 2018. The subtheme of strategy reflects on how an organization positions itself with respect to internal and external technological changes. We sorted the different strategies described in the literature into inertia, reactive, proactive, and isomorphism. Inertia refers to an intentional non-response to the changing environment because there is no threat or opportunity in adopting the change. Wang et al., 2015. A reactive strategy to change refers to the lack of an effective response mechanism to external changes, causing instability and avoidance of confronting the future. Miles et al., 1978. An organizational culture characterized by an external focus benefits from higher awareness and adoption of advanced technologies. Shin and Shin, 2020. A proactive strategy is about developing greater efficiency in adopting change or exploring the external environment for new opportunities, also known as a prospective strategy. Miles et al., 1978. Isomorphism is when organizations take up new technological changes due to normative, mimetic, or coercive pressure exerted by their external environment. For more details, see Paris et al., 2016. We believe that a proactive strategy could be the best approach, followed by isomorphism, to cope effectively with rapid technological advancements in the global market. While inertia and reactive strategies could eventually make the organization obsolete and unable to compete in the market. To enact the right strategy, the right norms and values should be created. This is discussed further under the next subtheme. The subtheme organizational values and norms is an important part of the literature, as the success of technology adoption is partly due to showing respect for cultural norms during the process. Ford et al., 2016. Norms and values are the taken-for-granted guiding principles that help people understand what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. These patterns will be passed on to new members to guide them in their thinking, perceiving, and feeling, too. 1990. Moorhead and Griffin, 2004. Two of the most important norms and values regarding technological change found in the literature review are presented here. The first is the norm of learning and innovativeness. This will enable members to develop new skills and competencies that help these continuously learning organizations to undergo constant renewal. To Mayo-Torres et al., 2016. The term knowledge management was mentioned in the literature as a recommended practice by which a member's knowledge can evolve into team and organizational knowledge. Han et al., 2020. The more knowledge is built and shared, the more readily the organization will adopt new technologies and the more likely it is to survive. The second norm or value is the value of knowledge sharing, which facilitates knowledge transfer and collaboration amongst stakeholders by removing barriers such as cultural differences and language barriers. Sang, 2017. Enhancing collaboration to meet the challenges of adopting new technologies. To enforce a constructive strategy toward technology change, organizations must reconsider their existing norms and evaluate whether these norms make employees motivated to try new approaches and solutions, share their knowledge, and learn from their coworkers. This could potentially create a bottom-up willingness to adopt new technologies rather than a top-down decision by the management, and increase technology acceptance and use. Understanding organizational culture is important for many purposes. It is at the foundation of any change, and in this paper, we have tried to provide an overview and suggestions as to how vision and goals, strategy, and values and norms should be understood and aligned with the purpose of change. It is important to emphasize that having a vision for more advanced operation by means of technology, having organizational goals related to technology introduction and use, adopting a proactive strategy that encourages the employees to take more initiative in adjusting and using new technologies, and implementing norms of knowledge, sharing and collaboration and innovativeness will facilitate ongoing and continuous technology adoption and use in organization. Organizational structure. When we have established the norms and values, the next step is to consider whether the organizational structure supports acting upon these norms. The structure of an organization determines how individuals work together toward a common goal. The most relevant subthemes to consider under this theme include power structure and work routineness and policies and regulations. The subtheme of power structure and work routineness refers to the hierarchical structure and diversity in work tasks. According to Bruns and Stocker, 1961, organizations can be placed on a continuum ranging from a mechanistic to an organic structure. A mechanistic system is one in which tasks are highly specialized and communication is carried out through the chain of command. It is suitable in times of relative stability. An organic structure, however, is more suitable in times of change and a turbulent market. McKenna, 2006. An organic system is less hierarchical. Communication is not hierarchical. There is more task diversity and autonomy. Therefore, people are more engaged and innovative, Avedikian et al., 2016, and there is better communication and coordination of tasks and staff at a lower cost. Bruns and Stocker, 1961. Miller, 1986. Bowen et al., 1989. Barami, 1992. Youngdahl, 1996. Other terminologies used for this concept in the literature include centralized versus decentralized, C. Wang and Feeney, 2016, and formal versus informal power structures, C. Pyre and Melia, 2003. It is worth highlighting that the relationship between organizational size and technology adoption is not clear. Since it is argued that large organizations have more resources for faster technology adoption, while small organizations have less bureaucracy and structural complexity that could slow down the adoption of technology. Hahn et al., 2020. We believe that when organizations have a more organic structure during technology adoption, the employees are more engaged and communicative. They are more likely to be innovative and to feel more secure and willing to share and acquire knowledge from others. This can enhance acceptance and adoption speed. However, as mentioned earlier, an organic structure works best during the time of change. The state of change also requires having regulations and policies that would help the transition, which brings us to the sub-theme of organizational policies and regulations. Organizational policies should be adjusted to the circumstances arising from new technology to ensure a smooth adoption process. Organizations must be able to monitor and solve any potential problems and concerns that may arise during the process. This can be achieved through assembling governing bodies and project teams to develop policies for times of change that will address safety, security, and protocols for handling complaints. Wells et al., 2015. Helping the adopters to adjust and to be compensated for the time lost and not punished for possible errors and compromised productivity during the change process. Leadership and management. Free on competitive advantage. Leadership is a process by which an executive can direct, guide, and influence the behavior and work of others toward the accomplishment of specific goals in a given situation. Iqbal et al., 2015, page 2. The role of leadership and management in innovation is essential, as reflected in the subthemes found in the literature review, including managerial cognizance, leadership style, participative management, sense-making amongst multiple stakeholders, resource management and reconfiguration, technology selection and human factor analysis, and emerging influencers. The subtheme of cognizance refers to the managerial ability to direct attention toward technological and market changes and to provide the necessary conditions to embrace change and remain competitive. Tamayo Torres et al., 2016. The increased technological changes and complexities of the modern economy call for managers' constant scrutiny and investigation of the market. Ease et al., 2019. This also implies that managers themselves should have the cognitive ability to adjust to these changes and have a sense of efficacy in meeting the demands of restructuring, re-engineering, and modifying operational processes. Wang and Feeney, 2016. We believe that cognizance is important because it implies awareness of what is happening and how it affects organizational changes. With this awareness, management can adopt a suitable leadership style to navigate the change. The next subtheme is therefore leadership style, the two most prominent being transactional and transformational leadership. This topic has been a widely studied topic in the management literature. Transactional leadership is characterized by contingent reward and management by exception. Shepers et al., 2005, page 498, and is suitable for stable conditions. Transformational leadership, introduced by Bass, 1985, refers to a style that is inspirational and motivates employees, raises their awareness, creates a long-term vision, and adjusts the system to foster creativity and productivity. As such, it helps with technology acceptance. Howell and Avolio, 1993, Yahaya and Ebrahim, 2016, Sang, 2017. Transformational leadership was mentioned as the most suitable style for the implementation of complex technological changes, as characterized by Industry 4.0, which requires consideration of adopters' needs. Sony and Nike, 2020. Transformational leadership has a positive relationship with technology acceptance. Faranack et al., 2020. Transformational leadership is related to participative management, which shows how this style can be put into action. The participative management subtheme concerns the extent of management support and commitment, availability, and openness to continuous dialogue, leading to the success of organizational change. Anderson, 2016. The management shows support by being committed to the vision. Martins et al., 2016, and providing both the material resources and the internal political resources. Zhang and Xiao, 2017. Being committed, creating milestones, and celebrating achievements throughout the process enhances change momentum. Molly et al., 2020. A risk factor in the adoption process is the rapid pace of technology implementation compared to the organization's capacity and potential to adapt. Rovek et al., 2015. Management's participation will lead to an awareness of the increased pressures on the stakeholders involved. Consequently, they will be able to act so as not to seem apathetic in the face of the increased workload. Rovek et al., 2015. By showing awareness and consideration, the management can influence the perception of the stakeholders involved. This brings us to the following subtheme. The next subtheme under leadership is sense-making management amongst multiple stakeholders. Handling multiple stakeholders requires a certain level of soft skills. De Carvalho and Jr., 2015. A manager should map the external and internal stakeholders in technology adoption, consider their competing vision and goals that will lead to mixed opinions about using the technology. Taylor et al., 2015, and adjust their discourse. The leaders should understand their audience's cost-benefit evaluation and address the concerns of the stakeholders accordingly. In doing so, managing the perception of fairness is important. Jiao and Zhao, 2014. The new system may segregate a group of users due to an incompatible level of knowledge and skill and unequal participation and training opportunities. This marginalization may, over time, create prejudice and bias in the organization. Anderson, 2016, that influences the stakeholders' sense-making. Therefore, Management must address the concerns of stakeholders based on the different stakeholders' perceptions of costs, threats, and fairness through tactful communication. Costa et al., 2014. And the involvement of stakeholders in decision-making to avoid multiple interpretations. Heath and Porter, 2019. The management may also appoint appropriate change influencers. Taylor et al., 2015. To better manage the sense-making of multiple stakeholders. The next sub-theme is that of formal and informal emerging influencers, change agents, champions, opinion leaders. A change agent or influencer is a person charged with managing the change efforts for a group in which they have a certain level of influence, especially among those employees that are dissatisfied with the change process. McKenna, 2006. They are also referred to as opinion leaders and have been found to affect the technology adoption behavior of employees. Howe and Padman, 2018. These influencers can enhance or impede the diffusion and success of the change. They can inspire people through a tailored discourse. Kim, 2015, spread awareness, and promote the adoption of technological changes. Taylor et al., 2015. However, they may also emerge because of abdicated leadership and may steer the change process in their own desired direction. Anderson, 2016. This highlights the importance of managers' awareness of informal power structures in an organization and the management's close involvement in order to prevent derailment of the change process. The next subtheme is technology selection and human factor analysis. Managing sense-making is not just about the people, but also about selecting a technology that makes sense and is usable from the start. One of the more recent issues found to influence successful technology use in Industry 4.0 was concern about choosing a system that offers well-integrated cybersecurity measures. Sony and Naik, 2020, page 809, mentioned that the successful implementation of Industry 4.0 will depend on the successful implementation of a cybersecurity strategy. This subtheme is about choosing the most suitable technology for a desired outcome and conducting the relevant human factor analyses. In the literature, a common problem was found to be that human factors received limited attention compared with technological aspects. Molino et al., 2020. Lack of consideration for human aspects jeopardizes successful technology implementation. Heath and Porter, 2019. Technological development could benefit from including human factors experts from the project's outset to bridge the gap between the lack of relevant information and sufficient information on which to base development decisions. Satran et al., 2016, page 595. This is crucial in the pre-change stage because insufficient evaluation of the new technology's usability and viability may lead to a costly failure. Consideration of human factors was found to ensure a more user-friendly system. Keyworth et al., 2018. Better integration of the new technology into the existing workflow and work process optimization. Heath and Porter, 2019. It was mentioned in the literature as a critical success factor in technology change implementation. Efremovsky et al., 2018. El Hamdi and Abu Abdallah, 2018. Viability analysis helps managers make better decisions by detecting opportunities and threats of the new technologies and adjusting the processes and services accordingly. One solution offered was for management to conduct pilot testing of the new technology to uncover potential future barriers before its full implementation. Keyworth et al., 2018. The selection of suitable technology and conducting sufficient analysis depends on the available resources. Lack of resources can limit the choice of technologies and the ability to conduct human factor analysis. This brings us to the next subtheme, which concerns the manager's role in allocating and reconfiguring assets and resources. Teese, 2007. as technology selection and analysis, along with reconfiguring and allocating adequate resources, are parts of managerial responsibilities. These sub-themes are presented together here. However, the nature and range of resources will be discussed as a standalone theme due to its significance and breadth. There is a certain overlap between the themes of leadership and management and resources, and a clear-cut distinction may undermine the fact that the themes and sub-themes identified at each stage exist and occur simultaneously and take shape parallel to one another. Another important sub-theme of leadership is resource management and reconfiguration. An organization has various types of both internal and external resources at its disposal. These must be combined and reconfigured in order to reap the most benefit from the technology adoption process. PACE 2016. Reconfiguring and managing resources are indicators of the firm's ability to create a better fit with its environment. PACE 2016, page 411, and develop competitive capabilities through strengthening and adjusting resources. TACE 2007. This is referred to as sensing and seizing, which reflects the manager knowing where to invest to create value from the innovation. PACE 2016. Augier and TACE 2008, page 1190, define dynamic capabilities as the ability to shape, reshape, configure, and reconfigure assets to be profitable in the face of altering markets and technologies. Management must first identify all the available resources that could help with the technology adoption process. However, there is not enough discussion in the literature of how resources should be reconfigured during technology change as opposed to other changes. Resources. The next main theme found in the literature is resources. Based on the analysis, we consider resources to include material resources, technical resources, infrastructure, budget, and immaterial resources, employees' knowledge and skills, organizations' political resources, and partnerships, time. It has been found that an organizational capability to be agile in responding to changes is influenced by tangible and intrinsic resources, such as accumulated experience, internal resources, and external facilitating resources. Ali et al., 2018. This is discussed further under the sub-themes of external resources and internal resources. The sub-theme of external resources is about the resources outside the organization that can help in adopting a new technology. They are crucial in allowing an organization to take advantage of its external environment. PACE 2016. External material resources may be in the form of sponsorships or funding bodies, or even being able to use others' premises to carry out certain tasks or to outsource some operations. External immaterial resources are mainly the network of knowledge sharing, which in the long term will reduce the external knowledge absorption costs. Antonelli and Salato, 2013. This network can comprise professional network groups, consultants, or technical support team that can help with technology implementation and use. The next sub-theme under resources is internal resources. Internal material resources include the available technological infrastructure and budget. Resources in the form of budget can be allocated to enhance technology adoption through incentive systems that reward and motivate employees' effort to embrace new technologies. Vaishnavi et al., 2019. Having an adequate infrastructure is important in technology adoption because the extent and the quality of the infrastructure determines the attitude and behavior of the adopters. Langstrand, 2016. This implies that having the necessary conditions to introduce a new technology or to incorporate a new technology into an existing system makes it easier for users to accept it because there are fewer problems to be solved. The adopters are more ready and more likely to accept the technology when they know that the organization has the infrastructure for the new changes. The previous technology becomes the foundation upon which new technologies are built and technological infrastructure accumulates over time. Gilani et al., 2020. Internal immaterial resources mainly comprise the organization's human resources, meaning the employees and their attitude and aptitude, prior to the adoption of new technological change. Attitude and aptitude can either slow down the process or speed it up based on how they are shaped and utilized. The employees can hasten and enhance the process if they are ready for technology changes. Zhang and Xiao, 2017, page 433, define citizen readiness as a state of mind, a citizen's predisposition and likelihood to try new technology services. The authors posit that technology cannot be absorbed if people are not ready. The same can be applied to employees in an organization. Aptitude refers to the potential and capabilities that an organization possesses through its employees' tacit and explicit knowledge, their awareness, skill level, and expertise. Nair et al., 2015. Vrovek et al., 2015. C. Fries and Schmidt, 2015. Attitude is a collection of many constituent elements shaping how employees view the organization. The most relevant elements shaping a person's attitude include personality traits, where openness to experience and extroversion have been argued to enhance change acceptance. Huang, 2015. Another element is perceived psychological safety, which is having a sense of security in the face of new developments. It is the result of the employee's perceived cost and benefit, perceived personal valence. Armanakis and Harris, 2009, perceived threat. Bala and Venkatesh, 2016, and perceived loss of control due to new changes. Perceived procedural and outcome fairness, trust in the management's intention behind the change. Nielsen and Mengiste, 2014, and having a sense of efficacy to cope with new changes. Satrin and Lawman, 2014, can influence attitude toward a change. Furthermore, subjective norms, or the perceived social pressure to perform or not to perform the behavior, Ajin, 1991, page 188, influence the intention to adopt a new technology. Bairl et al., 2013. Employees' commitment to the organization's norms motivates them to adopt the change. Vela et al., 2013. When introducing a new technology, the level of aptitude of the employees must be considered to see if they have the necessary knowledge and skills to adopt the change. If they do, they will be more ready to accept the new technology. If not, organizations must consider interventions such as training that improves the aptitude of employees. It is more difficult to evaluate attitude of employees than to evaluate the aptitude of the employees. Organizations cannot change the personality traits of employees, but when introducing new technologies, they can divide and appoint tasks that better suit their personalities. For example, those with higher levels of openness and extroversion could be suitable change agents. Perceived psychological safety, fairness, and efficacy should be investigated prior to and during the technology change. This can be done through anonymous opinion surveys or forums, as well as in-person information sessions. Based on the results, interventions can be planned to address the concerns raised by employees. Change process stage. In this section, the change process stage and the themes found in the literature that were placed under this stage are presented. The main themes are organizational interventions and human-technology interaction. Interventions include communication, participation, and training in order to smoothen the ongoing change process and enhance the quality of technology adoption. At the same time, a human-technology interaction process is taking place. This is when people are engaged with the technology and are trying to make sense of it based on their attitude and aptitude, the technical features of the technology, and their perceived level of organizational support. These main themes and their sub-themes are presented next. An overview is provided in Table 2. Table 2. Table 2. Themes and sub-themes in thematic map for change stage. Organizational intervention. This theme is an important theme in the literature. It refers to the initiatives that organizations take to reinforce the change process. These measures help respond to the challenges of technology adoption and improve the process. Interventions are tailored to the specific context and time, and to the specific technology and its features. It is the presence or absence of these interventions and the extent of the quality and timeliness with which they are offered that make them enablers or barriers. These interventions are discussed under the sub-themes of communication about the technological change, participation of key actors and users in technology adoption, and training for key adopters and mediators. The sub-theme of communication about the technological change represents an essential intervention. Organizations should be very strategic about how they convey information about technological changes. Their discourse must be aligned with the organizational culture, tailored to the audience, consistent, continuous, and honest. This will enhance employees' sense of trust and perceived fairness and reduce feelings of anxiety about the technology change. Timing is essential. Communication should take place in the initial phases of the introduction of the technology, or even as early as the selection decision. Cross-communication early on is important in order to set a common goal for harmonization, coherence, and collaboration. Kierkegaard, 2015, page 152, between stakeholders. This leads to early role clarification for all the stakeholders and helps to avoid confusion and uncertainty. The choice of communication channels and networks is also important. There are multiple official and unofficial networks within organizations. The different stakeholders may also communicate with their respective external partners. Managing communication through these channels and networks is essential in technology sense-making across the organization's ecosystem. Communication will result in increased awareness, knowledge, and collective problem-solving. Another important aspect of communication is homogeneity across various receivers in terms of frequency and thoroughness, which is important in perceived fairness and trust. The next subtheme is named Participation of Key Actors and Users in Technology Adoption. Communicating about a technology provides a platform for all the key actors to voice their opinions, to be acknowledged, and to contribute to the betterment of the process. Jensen and Kushnerich, 2014, and participation logically follows. Participation is about empowering end users and key actors, promoting their engagement and commitment. Rizzuto et al., 2014. In the long term, this will mean more problem solving at the beginning and a better, faster, and more cost-effective adoption process. There is also a higher likelihood of continuance of use and increased psychological safety. Antonioni, 1994, as cited in Johansdotter et al., 2015. The next subtheme is training for key adopters and mediators. Training is an important contributor to successful change implementation. Petit dit Daryl et al., 2013. This intervention is particularly effective in overcoming knowledge and skills gaps and helps to enhance self-efficacy, reduce techno-stress, Molino et al., 2020, and improve technology adoption. By reducing the perceived complexity, it can enhance POU and technological efficacy, leading to more positive attitudes as it enhances sense-making. Takian et al., 2014, and contributes to the success of technology adoption. Herbert and Connors, 2016. To be effective, training should be carefully designed and tailored to the receivers. The choice of discourse and the phrasing of the objectives of the training are very important to create a realistic expectation of what the training can lead to. The trainers need to be carefully chosen as they are the first mentors in guiding employees in the use of the technology. It is important to deliver knowledge in such a way that people can utilize it to better accomplish their task objectives. Mulberger et al., 2017. It is also mentioned in the literature that adequate adjustment time is needed to allow the users to familiarize themselves with the technology in the initial stages of change. Keyworth et al., 2018. Furthermore, the stages in training and the actors are important considerations. For example, it was mentioned in the literature that it is best to allow employees to familiarize themselves with the technology for less complicated and risky tasks, and then move on to riskier contexts. Thomas and Yao, 2020. Training is a strategic investment that strengthens an organization's internal resources by targeting employees' aptitude and attitude toward current and future technological changes. Training should not only focus on technical skills, but also on soft skills as they represent protective factors in changing situations. Molino et al., 2020, page 10. Especially with regard to the new industrial and technological development era of Industry 4.0. Enhanced positive attitude, along with the necessary skills leading to technology acceptance and use can, in turn, create a feeling of greater work engagement and motivation among employees, and so improve performance. The knowledge and skills acquired will become part of the stored knowledge and infrastructure of the firm. Training is considered to be an important incentive for work, even more important than extrinsic rewards or compensation. Sharish et al., 2016, page 1120, and when it comes to incentives. Training and development is the most prized benefit. Han and Su, 2011, page 3. However, one issue mentioned in the literature is the importance of standardization of training in a sector in order to avoid training employees in various ways, using different means, and achieving different levels of proficiency. Kumar et al., 2018, page 36. Training is an important tool to influence organizational culture when it comes to resistance to change. Training should have a clear learning objective, and it should also clarify the mechanism by which it will enhance task performance and reduce the perception of risk and threat. Escobar Rodriguez and Bartuel Sopina, 2015. The result will be smoother technology adoption and assimilation. Human-technology interaction. Technology does not operate in a vacuum, and it cannot be isolated from its social context. The use of technology is very much dependent on the user experience. Therefore, this theme is about how this user experience is formed through interaction with the technology, but also as a response to how the organization manages technology changes. Human-technology interaction will determine the fate of the technology and its further use. The most relevant underlying mechanism of this interaction is reflected in the sub-themes presented in this section. These sub-themes include technology sense-making, physical proximity and accessibility, and technical support. The sub-theme of technology sense-making encompasses the broad emotional and cognitive processes involved in the evaluation of the new technology adoption process. Employees evaluate how the technology has been put to use, volition versus coercion in use, and the perceived fairness during the process. Jiao and Zhao, 2014. The employees evaluate those who developed and introduced the technology and the management based on what the employees' attitude is toward the developers and managers. Employees also evaluate whether there was an urgent and legitimate need for this technology and whether the technology itself was a suitable choice. They evaluate the usability of the technology. Is it easy and fast to learn, or is it complex and time-consuming, and the attributes that make the technology more attractive to use. These attributes are summarized by Rogers, 2003, page 223, as 1. Relative advantage, 2. Compatibility, 3. Complexity, 4. trialability, and 5. Observability. The attribute of relative advantage presented by Rogers, 2003, is about the superiority of the innovation or technology compared to the previous version. This attribute is closely linked to other concepts presented in the literature, such as PU and PU, which influence the intention to use the technology. For more detail, see Davis et al., 1989, Vela et al., 2013. Escobar-Rodriguez and Bartuel-Sopina, 2015, Gold-Kind et al., 2016. PMU is also related to technological efficacy, which is about having a sense of capability based on one's technical skills and the procedural knowledge that is needed, and being confident that new skills and knowledge can be acquired. For more details, see Hop and Gangadhar-Batla, 2016. Martins et al., 2016. A lack of technological efficacy could lead to the experience of techno-stress and possibly job dissatisfaction and resistance to change. Fries and Schmidt, 2015. POU may be influenced by how sophisticated the technology is. Gorab, 1997, for example. If the technology presented is an early prototype, it will not yet be well developed and will not be easy and smooth to use. This can lead to a lack of usability. Bowery et al., 2015, leading to a negative evaluation of the technology. The attributes of compatibility and complexity, Rogers, 2003, are also referred to as assimilative disruptive and incremental radical technology in the literature. Complexity is about the degree to which the novel features require learning in order to use the new technology. Compatibility is about being able to integrate the technology into current tasks without disturbing the current methods due to similar technical standards. Nagy et al., 2016. It has been found to be an important factor in technology adoption. Hanafizita et al., 2014. The more complex the technology, the more cognitive and emotional resources are needed to learn how to work with it and to cope with the challenges. Employees may evaluate whether it is worth it to meet the demands of the complex technologies. In doing so, they also evaluate the task-technology congruence. This is about whether the technology actually does what it is supposed to do and the extent to which it fits with the deliverables defined for the task with improved efficiency, Best and Cash, 2016, and effectiveness, Singh, 2017. If it is worth it, employees will be willing to meet the demands of adopting new technology. Literature has shown that users evaluate if the technology helps them achieve their goal at the desired level of quality and without increasing the time needed to perform the task. Barrett, 2018. The remaining attributes mentioned by Rogers, 2003, include trialability, which is about being able to experiment with the technology, modify, and reinvent it as it evolves. The attribute of observability refers to being able to see the results of the use of technology and become motivated to use it. Another subtheme that influences the human-technology interaction is physical proximity and accessibility, which is about easy access to the technology and proximity to developers and managers. Proximity is important because it enhances continuous communication and dialogue between key actors, leading to work process improvement that will, in turn, enhance technology acceptance and use. Lack of accessibility decreases PU, Vela et al., 2013, and unequal proximity creates organizational bias over time due to inconsistent communication, mutual irritations, and compromised technical support. The availability of technical support facilitates adoption. It helps with managing techno-stress, promotes learning and knowledge sharing, and enhances psychological safety. It shows commitment on the part of the management and the social support that will help overcome all kinds of challenge during the adoption process. Fries and Schmidt, 2015, Wells et al., 2015. Avedikian et al., 2016. We believe that the change process stage is crucial in technology adoption and use. Interventions can shape the attitude and improve the capabilities of users regarding the technology and the organization. They can set the tone for constructive communication and participation, and, over time, create the cultural norms and values that enhance technology acceptance and innovation. This is the time either to make up for the organization's history of past technology implementation failures or to build on a history and culture of successful technology implementations. Past experiences of failure pose a risk to new changes and create uncertainties. Han et al., 2020. While past successes facilitate new technology changes. Kumar et al., 2018. We believe that by knowing the pre-change stage very well and carefully designing the interventions, organizations can influence the human-technology interaction and lead the change process toward a desired outcome. This is the time to compensate for the shortcomings of the past and to create a foundation for current and future technology adoptions. Post-change stage and outcome. Innovators and policymakers. The next stage of technology adoption is the post-change stage or the outcome of the technology adoption process. Every organization is different, and the dynamics that they have gone through in the previous stages result in a range of responses in this stage, from resistance to acceptance and from use as intended to non-use. Resistance and acceptance are not mutually exclusive categories. Rather, we believe that the degree of resistance and acceptance can be placed on the spectrum of technology adoption outcomes. Behavioral responses on a unidimensional spectrum can range from adoption to aggressive resistance, adoption, neutrality, apathy, passive resistance, active resistance, and aggressive resistance. Klaas et al., 2015, page 58. It may also be that only some aspects of the technology are accepted, or that some groups in the organization adopt it and some do not. Therefore, there is a range of possible outcomes. The major subthemes found in the literature that reflect on the prevalent responses are presented in the following section. Table 3 offers an overview of the themes. Table 3. Table 3. Themes and subthemes in thematic map for post-change stage. Resistance. Bovey and Hedda, 2001, describe resistance as a defense mechanism due to an emotional reaction to change. Barrett, 2018, page 61, stated that resistance can manifest behaviorally, protesting or complaining about the change, cognitively, believing the change is harmful or negative, and or effectively, expressing negative emotions about the change such as fear or anger. There may be resistance to new solutions because the existing solutions have already proved to be successful. This way of thinking is referred to as the competency trap in the literature. Sachos et al., 2020. Resistance ranges from passive to active and from covert to overt, and it is influenced by previous experiences of learning and using similar technologies. Fries and Schmidt, 2015. It can result from low employee motivation and increased ambiguity resulting from changes in work performance measures and conflicts with employees' innate value system. Barrett, 2018, causing goal conflict. Obel and Morgan, 2018. It can also be classified as institutional conservatism or individual. Sachos et al., 2020. Resistance can range from intentional to unintentional forms of resistance. Anderson, 2016. The different resistant behaviors are presented in the subthemes of aggressive non-use, workaround, and involuntary non-use. The subtheme of aggressive non-use refers to when employees openly protest and resist using the new system. As Lapointe and Rivard, 2005, page 467, state, aggressive resistance behaviors such as infighting, making threats, strikes, boycotts, or sabotage seek to be disruptive and may even be destructive. Another form of resistance is workaround. This is an indirect form of resistance displayed by working outside and around the system. It is often unconscious and is due to a lack of knowledge of the system, having anxiety about using the new system, lack of infrastructure to support the use of the new technology, material constraints, and feeling that the use of the technology slows down the work and does not provide any value in performing the primary tasks. Fernley and Sobra-Perez, 2006. The conditions that can lead to workarounds include enforced proceduralization and non-engagement with the system. Fernley and Sobra-Perez, 2006. Fries and Schmidt, 2015. Rovek et al., 2015. Workarounds are not a direct form of resistance because they are more likely to emerge from users completing the assigned tasks to the highest quality, within the imposed time frame, and in a professional manner, all within their day-to-day activities. Especially during stressful days. Chowdhury and Zamani, 2016, page 144. However, Heath and Porter, 2019, reported that workaround behavior displayed by adopters was either informal and on the individual level or formal and on an institutional level in response to government-enforced change. Furthermore, workaround is not necessarily a deviant behavior, as posited by Malorant and Karanajos, 2020, but rather a learning process that intends to find a way to accomplish a goal and complete a task. This kind of deviations are therefore harmless workarounds that can then be classified as essential or hindrance workarounds. Chowdhury and Zamani, 2016, page 144. And the intention for this type of workaround is to get the primary tasks and goals done. The next subtheme is involuntary non-use. This is when employees without sufficient access and proximity to managers and technical support experience increased difficulty in using the technology. Due to the lack of communication, they become isolated, marginalized, and unable to use the technology effectively despite their intention to do so. Anderson, 2016. The notion of resistance through involuntary non-use implies that there can be resistance through involuntary use, which can be understood in line with what is referred to in the literature as forced adoption. Joe, 2008. This is when an organization has adopted a new technology and the employees are pressured directly or indirectly to adopt and use the technology. Joe, 2008. This could imply that the technology is not inherently accepted or liked, but there is also no way around using it. Although this notion was not directly derived from the data analyzed, we believe that it is worth considering. Acceptance. Like resistance, the acceptance response can be placed on a spectrum according to how the technology is being used. The subthemes found in the literature under this theme include assimilation and use as intended and customization and technological evolution. The subtheme of assimilation and use as intended refers to a scenario where employees are convinced that the new technology is needed and it enhances their job performance. They trust those who have implemented it. Satrin and Lawman, 2014. They have been able to acquire the knowledge and competencies required to use the technology in the way it was intended in their routine tasks. The subtheme of customization and technological evolution refers to a case where employees have not only assimilated a technology into their routine tasks, but they have even modified, customized, or tailored it to enhance performance and effectiveness. Therefore, they have taken it even further than was intended in the first place. This is characteristic of highly motivated and innovative work units. Wells et al., 2015, Ford et al., 2016. Customization can be positive or negative depending on the direction and the intention of the customization. Furthermore, the context in which customization takes place within an organizational ecosystem plays a role in the outcome. In certain contexts, customization in the form of creative use of technology could be beneficial, but in a safety-critical context. Customization that is not planned and is not according to protocols could lead to hazardous outcomes. However, it should be mentioned that Malorant and Caranejos, 2020, contrasted customization with workaround, stating that workaround is the employee's innovation of using technology in an unexpected way, while customization is induced by the organization in a top-down manner. We believe that it is important to decide at the change process stage where on the spectrum of acceptance and resistance, use and non-use, we want to be based on the nature of the task and the industry. For some tasks, flexibility is appropriate and users can customize their use of the technology. If that is the case, allowing some flexibility in use and not punishing the users for their response could give them time for transition into the use of a technology in a way that fits their task and reduces resistance. For other tasks or industries, there is no safe alternative to the predetermined use of technology, and no flexibility can be accepted. This needs to be clarified, and support and training needs to be given to help users so that we can reach the desired outcome. While use and non-use behaviors are easier to observe, resistance and acceptance need more effort from the organization to adjust users' attitude through interventions, interaction, and adjustments to the culture and structure of the organization. Therefore, all the stages are interconnected, and all stages influence one another. Bhattacharjee et al., 2017, provided a taxonomy of use response and acceptance of organizational IT changes when adoption is not under full volition. Their acceptance category includes engaged and compliant responses, while their resistance category includes reluctant and deviant responses. However, they also acknowledge that there is no dichotomy in acceptance and resistance behavior. They state that positive and negative feelings and responses can coexist. External environment. The external environment influences an organization continuously throughout technology adoption and use, and is not limited to one stage in particular. The external environment can be best understood through the PASTEL framework. This refers to the political, economic, social, technological, and legal elements in the organization's environment. Bayer et al., 2013. External influences are important triggers of organizational technology investment choices. Kapoor and Lee, 2013. They may be induced by general trends in the society that shape the preferences of citizens and service providers, and these social norms or preferences influence technology choices. Popenzau et al., 2014. Globalization and rapid technology advancements have been found to impose competitive pressure on organizations for survival. Governmental pressure has also been seen as a key factor in technology adoption. Aldasari and Mokhtar, 2020, Han et al., 2020. Legal bodies and other socio-political actors also influence technology trends. Nielsen and Mengiste, 2014. Market competition, Bouillon et al., 2014, and customer demands push an organization to adopt a technology, even more so than the regulatory bodies and managerial pressure. West and Berman, 2001. In addition, the external network of organizations influences the adoption decision and success in a positive way through fostering trust, such that the more organizations that have adopted a technology externally, the more external support and standards will be available to the adopting organization. Han et al., 2020. We believe that the external environment and the organization are in constant interaction as part of the organizational ecosystem, and all the stages of change are influenced by the external environment. This theme provides the context in which technology changes take place. The thematic map provides an overview of the relevant themes and sub-themes in technology adoption process in stages, and it enables us to see when the themes are antecedents to next themes and when they are consequences or after effects to previous themes. The timely consideration of the themes in accordance with the internal and external context of the organization turns the themes into enablers, and otherwise they will become barriers to technology adoption. The outcome of each stage become input to next stage, and this process continues in a circular manner for ongoing technology adoptions. General discussion. The aim of this paper is to analyze the existing literature. 1. To determine the main themes that were found to be influential in organizational technology adoption. 2. To organize the themes and subthemes in stages so that it is clear when themes are antecedents and when they are after effects. And 3. To present and discuss how the themes can be enablers or barriers. The thematic map demonstrates a system where all the elements are in a dynamic interaction with one another and are not mutually exclusive nor independent. Rather, they can influence one another at any time, and changes in one component influence the other components through the life cycle of the technology adoption in the organization. At the pre-change stage, this includes the organizational culture, organizational structure, and management practices. The acquisition, allocation, and reconfiguration of resources is essential in successful technology adoption. Internal human resources, including the skills and knowledge of the employees and their attitude that is shaped at the pre-change stage, but also during the change stage as the result of interventions and interaction with the technology, influences how they will use or misuse the technology or the outcome at the post-change stage. The response will be oriented on a spectrum ranging from acceptance to resistance. The post-change state will be fed back into the organizational ecosystem and will affect the preconditions for the next changes that occur in the organization. The presence or absence and the extent of the availability, quality, and timeliness of each theme can transform that theme into an enabler or a barrier. A theme or subtheme that is considered and taken into effect at the right time, in the right manner, and in line with the context becomes an enabler. Otherwise, when it is absent, when it is not given enough attention and is not offered at the right time with the right quality and in alignment with the context, it becomes a barrier. The themes are antecedents of the next stage of the thematic map and are after effects of the previous stages or the previous adoption processes. A positive outcome and successful technology adoption will enhance future technology adoptions, while a negative outcome and an unsuccessful adoption will impede it, as if is stored in the organizational history and the collective attitude and aptitude of the employees. It undermines their trust in the management. The dynamics of this are grounds for future research. The theoretical implication of the thematic map is the consolidation of the existing literature into one comprehensive overview while organizing the findings into stages of the technology adoption process. This clarified the antecedents and after effects at each stage of change, which were ambiguous in the existing literature. The importance of timing was therefore implied. Furthermore, we elaborated on how issues at each stage can act as enablers or barriers, depending on how well they are managed. While many theories and past studies have treated the technology adoption and management process as a singular, linear, and static process, we emphasize that it is a continuous, circular, and dynamic process. The suggestion that stages and themes influence one another is in line with the study by Ease et al. 2019, who suggested that the different factors or issues at each stage are not static, meaning that these factors or issues can induce different dynamics at different stages. We also emphasize the importance of continuous consideration of the external environment surrounding the organization and the broader socio-technical system. Since this map is based on the existing literature, the findings are in line with the literature. However, it can be argued that technology adoption models, especially those on the individual level such as TRA, TB, TAM, and UTUT, that emphasize technological features and individual attitude, are in line with the change stage sub-theme of human-technology interaction and organizational interventions such as communication and training that can influence attitude. Firm-level models such as DOI and TOE expand to cover the role of leadership and management, therefore overlapping with the pre-change sub-theme of leadership and management, the sub-theme of organizational culture and structure, and, for TV, the external environment that was omnipresent in the thematic map. However, none of these models fully covered all three stages and sub-themes, and we do not have a clear indication of how the post-change outcome will be significant for future technology adoptions. Despite the commonalities, these models are still not able to capture all the complexities of Industry 4.0 technology adoption processes. This is because every industry is characterized by its own distinct contextual features that can affect the change process in different ways. Aramu et al., 2019. Nevertheless, the fourth industrial and technological revolution will eventually lead to a demand for a more global standardization of processes and technologies. Therefore, the theme of the external environment should expand to account for these changing trends. None of these aforementioned models clearly indicates the importance of organizational flexibility and resilience in adjusting to the dynamic and complex changes characterized by Industry 4.0. The thematic map highlights the dynamic nature of the process, but it should also expand its scope to identify and incorporate resilience, flexibility, and agility into the organizational culture and organizational intervention subthemes. The change management models are more in line with the pre-change stage subthemes of leadership and management and resources and the change stage subtheme of organizational intervention. Perhaps the closest model to the stage-wise thematic map is the Lewin/Shine model of change. It also includes 3 steps or stages of change: unfreezing, change, refreezing, consistent with the pre-change, change, and post-change stages of the thematic map. However, the Lewin/Shine model is more focused on the psychological mechanisms involved, such as dealing with learning anxiety or redefining a self-concept. The mechanisms or processes involved in each stage are not in exactly the same order as in the thematic map. For example, training in the Lewin/Shine model is emphasized more in the unfreezing stage, while in the thematic map, it is an organizational intervention during the change stage. Nevertheless, we do acknowledge that there is no one correct way of implementing technological change. Furthermore, the refreezing stage involves habituation and maintaining the new behavior achieved through the change that was implemented. However, the thematic map does not suggest a refreezing, but rather a dynamic system where the outcome of the change will serve as the input into new and ongoing technological changes in the organization and will impact the momentum of the change. The study by El-Hamdi and Abu Abdallah, 2018, also indicated a stage-wise division and a focus on 3 areas during change: people, process, and technology. Their proposed structure was based on enterprise resource planning projects and may not cover all the complexities involved in Industry 4.0. Similarly, most of the studies are from the IS field, Ease et al., 2019, and have focused on the individual, the firm, or the technology, while the combination and the fit between the variables is less explored. Aramu et al., 2019. This is quite challenging, as creating a fit between components of a dynamic stage-wise model can be very complex in broader socio-technical systems. Oliveira and Martins, 2011. Kulit et al., 2020. An organization as a system is too complex to be simplified into quantitative and predictive relationships between a limited number of variables. Organizations are complex systems, meaning that they are open, constantly interacting with their environment. Luke Hose, 2005, and mutually influencing one another and evolving over time. They are dynamic and adaptive, meaning that it is difficult to predict the effects of technological changes because of the myriad elements involved and their interactions within the whole organizational ecosystem. Therefore, as Luke Ho's 2005, page 623 states, organizations are difficult to predict through quantitative models. The interactions and the number of autonomous variables are too high to be put in equations. In order to explore which themes within this complex system can play a role in the technology adoption process, therefore, a qualitative approach was deemed appropriate for mapping the themes at each stage. With regard to the practical implications, we do not attempt to prescribe one right way, but rather recommend that before initiating change, the stages should be carefully considered to get the desired outcome. This thematic map is a tool to reflect on the current state of the organization and see where the organization stands with respect to an ongoing change. Based on this information, we can intervene to compensate for shortcomings that are found and/or strengthen processes where this is needed. This map also helps to reflect on the desired outcome and the acceptable level of flexibility in use. Finally, this map is a reminder that the outcome becomes the input for the next technology adoption, meaning that the after effect becomes an antecedent of future changes in the organization. Limitations. In conducting this research, we acknowledge the limitations of including and presenting all the research done on the themes in the literature. We acknowledge the role of the researcher in reflecting on and analyzing the data, and that absolute objectivity cannot be claimed. We attempted to present the data analysis and results in a detailed manner so as to allow for transferability of the data to many organizational contexts. We do acknowledge that choosing the English language may have consequences on how biased or representative the research is or the extent to which it is communicated as intended. We acknowledge the consequences of determining a degree of saturation that we considered enough as no new codes or themes were emerging. It is not possible to dismiss the potential for having come across new codes and themes had the data collection and analysis continued. Furthermore, even though new codes and themes were not being derived from the articles that were included in the analysis, it is possible that more articles would have contributed to the depth and diversity in each code or theme. Furthermore, most articles were representative of the management and health sectors. This means that saturation may have been reached for these sectors, while other sectors may have been less well represented than they could have been. Therefore, there is a limitation in establishing an equal degree of saturation per sector. However, since the aim of this paper was to create a thematic map that serves as an overview, providing an in-depth and broad account of each theme would have been beyond the scope of the paper. Furthermore, we acknowledge that removing certain articles prior to data analysis could have diminished the breadth and depth of the codes and themes in the model. Therefore, exclusion criteria for such studies can always introduce a level of bias in the article selected. The process of selecting and coding the data was carried out individually, but the development of search terms and the development of the thematic map and the iterative categorization of the subthemes and themes was carried out in continuous discussion with the research team. The individual selection of publications could potentially create a bias in the evaluation based on primary screening stages. However, the iterative process of discussing and categorizing the themes and subthemes with the other researchers in the group enhances confirmability through peer debriefing. Conclusion and future research. This paper has provided a thematic map of the existing literature consisting of different theoretical frameworks, findings, and suggested interventions in one stage-wise overview. The importance of timing is emphasized through the division into stages. The distribution of relevant themes and subthemes at each stage makes it easier to conduct problem sensing and solving, and to create sub-projects that can be delegated in each stage for better change management. The issues at each stage are antecedents to the next stage. The issues in the following stages are after effects or consequences. Whether the antecedent enhances change, an enabler, or impedes change, a barrier, depends on how those issues are considered, evaluated, and managed in the context. If they are managed well so that antecedents act as enablers of change, the outcome of the post-change stage at the end of the first cycle will be fed back into the next technology adoption round, and it will increase the momentum of future technology adoptions. Otherwise, the mentioned issues will decrease the momentum. The stages are dynamic and influence one another. Therefore, the process of technology adoption requires continuous evaluation and adjustment. The goal should shift from a desired outcome at the post-change stage to enhanced momentum in technology adoption and increased adaptability to a changing environment. The potential future research agenda could target a number of trajectories. 1. Future research can be a systematic literature review, including more databases and with adherence to the required protocols for a systematic review, Bramer et al., 2017. 2. Future research can also include meta-analysis, along with quantitative methods to investigate whether there is a relationship between themes proposed in the thematic map. Each stage can further be zoomed in and investigated in greater depth as separate topics. This is helpful to understand better the potential relationship and the nature of the relationship between the different themes and sub-themes. 3. In the future, we could test the proposed framework for technology adoption stages and themes in order to qualitatively evaluate the organization during technology changes. This would allow us to build on the framework, refine the themes, and incorporate new themes and sub-themes. This is possible by focusing on possible sub-projects at each stage and creating guidelines for each stage of the technology adoption, identifying the key actors, and evaluating the best practices that would fit the internal and external context. A continuous evaluation and reassessment of the model in this way will also enable us to track and understand the changing trends in different technological eras, such as the specific challenges and practices of Industry 4.0. 4. Future research should also focus on the standardization of technology and work processes. Global standards may exert a pressure on the organizations to change their culture, structure, and practices in order to adjust. These challenges deserve further attention. 5. Future research should also investigate whether it is possible and useful to have standardized methods of evaluating organizational technology change. There are a variety of tools, indexes, measurement methods, and typologies for each theme in the thematic map. These measures have been used for evaluation and assessment, but they are not consolidated and standardized into one evaluation checklist. There has not been one single exhaustive method of measuring and advising what organizations can do because every context is very different. Future research could look into figuring out if there can be one checklist that can be customized to different contexts, provide an overview of the organization's current state, and help the organization become more flexible, resilient, and adaptive to their complex and dynamic internal and external environment. 6. Future research should also consider the effect of further digitalization and automation, the translation of data into information, and the instant availability of information to users, on the individual work motivation and performance, the organizational structure and culture, and the society. Therefore, future research should not only consider the top-down influence of the environment on technology, but also the bottom-up influence of technology on the organization and society, and recognize that the technology adoption process is no longer linear. Scenario planning is a proven approach to coping with uncertainties in today's rapidly changing world, DHL 2012. Since the 1950s, scenario planning has been used to help make public policy decisions, beginning with war game analyses at the Rand Corporation, Wilkinson and Idenow, 2008. Interest in the method has grown at the intersections of academia, the public and private sectors, and policymaking. Scenario planning forms a basis for learning through strategic conversation, and it helps to build a consensus in terms of considering the probability of certain future developments, so-called projections, Wilkinson and Idaho 2008. The methodology supports the creation of different scenarios in order to be prepared for various possible future developments. It results in a set of several scenarios in which each set claims a different probability level. Compared to the fixed results achieved by traditional methods, this methodology provides a set of possible ways forward while retaining uncertainty, Wilkinson and Idaho 2008. Accordingly, it differs from other future research approaches, such as predictions and forecasts, as it integrates different combinations of future states, so-called scenarios. The methodology is specifically useful in the context of future statements with different levels of uncertainty. It provides a holistic and schematic overview to describe a possible future condition. Each resulting scenario details causal relationships between a set of projections of future developments. It describes a version of the future which originates from the current state of developments, Minor 2014. The generated scenarios help organizations to react to changes, make decisions, be prepared for and adapt quickly to upcoming environmental changes, and thus improve the quality of strategic thinking, DHL 2012. The methodology also allows public authorities to evaluate future developments, e.g., to prepare for stocks of mouth and nose masks in case of pandemic events. Thus, the methodology helps organizations and public authorities to prepare for possibilities and to ensure innovative and flexible development. Ammer et al. 2013. Burgesen et al. Distinguish between three main scenario categories, namely predictive, explorative, and normative. Predictive scenarios respond to the question, what will happen? Explorative scenarios consider the question, what can happen? And the normative scenarios focus on how can a specific goal be achieved. In addition, they can be classified according to the topic, i.e. global scenarios or problem-specific, and its level of aggregation, e.g. macro or micro. Ammer et al. 2013. The literature for the development of scenarios is diverse and wide-ranging, and there are many definitions, typologies, and methodologies, Enserink et al. 2013, with different utilities, strengths, and weaknesses, Ammer et al. 2013. In the underlying topic, the scenarios are intended to serve as an aid to policy planning within the logistics sector. In this case, the explorative long-term horizon within the definition of Burgesen et al. Is considered, aiming at the question, what can happen? According to Burgesen et al., this category is further differentiated into external and strategic scenarios. While strategic scenarios focus on internal factors, external scenarios address the development of external factors that cannot be influenced by an actor, e.g. a company or a political unit. Burgesen et al. 2006. Two methodological approach for scenario planning. With regard to the generation of scenarios, the approach used in this work is closely linked to a methodology proposed by Gosmeier and Plass, 2014. The approach belongs to the category of quantitative approaches and uses a cross-impact and consistency matrix to develop a set of scenarios. Being in line with the rational, objectivist school, a cross-impact analysis of future projections serves to identify correlations and causal impacts. Ammer et al. 2013, it is complemented by qualitative methods to enhance the plausibility of the scenarios. The resulting scenarios represent macro scenarios outlining the future industrial surroundings based on a trend analysis according to PESEL dimensions, political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental influences. The methodology applied here has the strong advantage of allowing several ways for the development of the future and of enabling the inclusion of complex future developments that result from different trends and perspectives. While integrating the complex surroundings, the methodology uses a powerful methodology to compress various future projections to select a few scenarios for a more detailed analysis. Gosmeier et al. 1995. The approach is separated into 5 different steps as shown in Fig. 1, where the approach as suggested by Gosmeier is compared to the applied approach. Figure 1. Application of the Gosmeier approach, own representation following Gosmeier et al. 1995. Full-size image. The first step of the Gosmeier approach comprises a definition of the envisaged scope and timeline, as well as the underlying decision field analysis. Step 2 conducts a scenario field analysis that identifies and describes major influencing trends within the decision field. Step 3 clusters the trends to state future projections. Those projections are integrated into a cross-impact matrix to form future projection bundles and thus preliminary scenarios. Step 4 evaluates the consistency of the scenarios via cross-impact analysis, resulting in a set of final scenarios. As the cross-impact evaluation is a pure mathematical approach, a qualitative approach enhances the methodology with a validation of the plausibility of each scenario. Accordingly, experts are invited to evaluate the probability of occurrence of each scenario and its impact on the supply chain. Finally, a storyline for each macro scenario details the scenario settings and conveys the differences of each scenario to the decision-making units. While reflecting on the impact of each scenario, conclusions have to be drawn on how to prepare for, or even influence, different alternatives. Step 5 is dedicated to scenario transfer that aims at developing appropriate strategies for each scenario. As the first 2 steps, scenario preparation and field analysis, are described in Colizzi et al. 2020. The following sections detail Step 3, Scenario, Projection, and parts of Step 4, Scenario Building. Sardesai et al. 2020 refines the scenario narratives and impact of each scenario on supply chains. Barros et al. 2020 provides the methodological approach for scenario transfer and supply chain strategies for each macro scenario. 3. Scenario projection, conception of future projections. The creation of future projections relies on previously identified trends and megatrends. The 6 PESTLE dimensions set the framework and form subsections, each incorporating several so-called descriptors, Gosmeier and Plass 2014. Descriptors express a neutral form of future topics and are characterized by diverging future projections. Future projections express a certain future state of a descriptor and describe possible circumstances that companies and societies might face. Most commonly, a descriptor comprises a positive, negative, and neutral future projection. The development of future projections for the descriptors is a decisive step in the scenario planning as they create the structural components for the upcoming scenarios. The significance and quality of the scenarios depend on it, and thus ultimately the success of the entire scenario project, too. Generally, future projections have to contain plausible future states, and it is necessary to consider extreme but possible developments. At the same time, it is essential that each projection remains reasonable and conceivable, in the sense that a projection can be futuristic but needs to rely on valid arguments or requires justification by means of statistical developments. Gosmeier and Plass. 2014. Careful attention has to be paid to the distinctness of the projections to ensure that the subsequent consistency check leads to reasonable combinations of projections and consistent scenarios. Hence, the projections have to fulfill the following criteria. Plausibility. A projection needs to be plausible to the scenario team. Dissimilarity. All projections have to be distinct from each other. Completeness. A set of projections within a descriptor has to provide a comprehensive set of possible developments. Relevance. Each projection requires a check regarding its future relevance. Information content. Each projection needs to add further value to the set of projections within a descriptor. Table 1. Table 6 lists the different descriptors and future projections that result from the underlying field analysis. See Kolitzy et al. 2020, Das et al. 2018. The projections are separated according to the 6 Pestle dimensions. Table 1 overview of the resulting projections for the political dimension. Full-size table. Table 2 overview of the resulting projections for the economic dimension. Full-size table. Table 3 overview of the resulting projections for the social dimension. Full-size table. Table 4 overview of the resulting projections for the technological dimension. Full-size table. Table 5 overview of the resulting projections for the legal dimension. Full-size table. Table 6 overview of the resulting projections for the environmental dimension. Full-size table. For scenario building, creation of scenarios. The major challenges in scenario building comprise, on the one hand, the evaluation of the credibility of different combinations of projections and, on the other hand, the aggregation of coherent combinations of projections to a scenario. To overcome these challenges, the scenario building technique within scenario planning contains powerful tools to identify contextual challenges and opportunities. The technique highlights the implications of possible future systems and projects consequences of choices or policy decisions. Ammer et al. 2013. The tools and methods of scenario building evaluate possible combinations of future projections. Each resulting set of future projections forms a scenario. This can result in a high number of different scenarios, some of them with a low credibility of interrelation. Such contradictions are referred to as inconsistencies, Gosmeyer and Plass 2014. This implies that a scenario has a tendency to implausibility in cases of a high number of inconsistent future projections. It is therefore necessary to evaluate the consistency of each scenario as it acts as a decisive factor for its credibility. There are several methodologies to evaluate the consistency of a scenario. The simple consistency analysis itself has certain constraints, and practice has demonstrated that a simple consistency analysis does not sufficiently limit the spectrum of possibilities. To further restrict the spectrum of possibilities, Theodore J. Gordon and Olaf Helmer developed a cross-impact analysis, Gordon 1994, later extended as a cross-impact balance analysis, CIB. Similar to a consistency analysis, a CIB assesses the relationships between the factors in pairs. In contrast to the consistency analysis, though, a CIB does not assess the concurrence of two future projections, but the direct effect that the occurrence of one future projection has on the other. A CIB therefore works with causal information, Weimergella 2009, and utilizes qualitative insights of the individual relationship between the factors of the network, thus constructing consistent images of its overall behavior. Zirius 2020. The scenario technique is one of the typical applications of CIB. Depending on the method used, the impact assessment is either carried out along with an evaluation of probabilities or, similar to consistency analysis, by qualitative assessments on an ordinal scale. Mathematical simulations or calculations support the evaluation process, which has given cross-impact analysis the reputation of oversized mathematization among qualitatively oriented scenario analysts. Still, the mathematical approach facilitates the implementation in a tool, such as the CIB tool developed under the leadership of Dr. Weimergella at the University of Stuttgart. The tool is available on an open-source basis in order to benefit from the advantages of this methodology. See https://www.cross-impact.de/English/CIB_E.htm. For point 1 evaluation of impacts of future projections via the cross-impact matrix. The methodology of the cross-impact matrix, as part of the CIB, is based on a matrix that plots the future projections, once in the ordinate and once in the abscissa. The evaluation of the impact between two future projections takes place in a group of experts who evaluate and assess the direct impact between two future projections. The group of experts should consist of people with a diversified background to ensure a broad view on the evaluation of the projections. As an example, the evaluation can consider the following scale. -2 equals strong impeding influence, i.e. future projection A1.1 has a strong inhibiting influence on the future projection A2.1. A common occurrence in a scenario has to be argued. -1 equals moderate impeding influence, i.e. future projection A1.1 has a moderate inhibiting influence on future projection A2.1. 0 equals neutral or independent influence, i.e. the respective future projection does not affect the other. 1 equals moderate supporting influence, i.e. future projection A1.1 has a light supporting effect on future projection A2.1. Both future projections may well occur in a scenario. 2 equals strong supporting influence, i.e. the future projection A1.1 has a strong supporting effect on future projection A2.1. If future projection A1.1 occurs in a scenario, future A2.1 can also be expected to be in the same scenario. In contrast to the consistency analysis, the CIB matrix must be filled in completely in order to be able to express the causality of the relationships. Weimergella 2006. 2008. An extract of the CIB matrix is shown in Fig. 2 along with the applied procedure. Figure 2. CIB matrix to support judgments. Full-size image. It is recommended to invite several expert groups to evaluate the cross-impact matrix in order to ensure objectivity. Resulting matrices can be consolidated by using a scaling-up mechanism. This means that the target matrix consists of the sum of the individual judgment matrices. By comparing two matrices, this extends the range of judgment to -4 to 4. Scaling up has no influence on the later evaluation, but allows a differentiated evaluation. For point 2 development of future scenarios with the cross-impact balance analysis. The CIB uses an inductive approach to form different sets of scenarios. The consistency analysis is the core of the CIB procedure. The method assesses the plausibility of the combined future projections within a scenario. Based on the output of the cross-impact matrix and its impact balances, all consistent clusters of future projections are considered as suitable scenarios. Gosmeier et al. 1988. For this purpose, all possible scenario sets are evaluated according to their consistency and their logical fitness. The general procedure taken within the Gosmeier approach is shown in Fig. 3. Figure 3. Achievement of consistent projection bundles. Full-size image. In order to achieve consistent and plausible scenarios, impact scores serve to conduct consistency and plausibility checks in the CIB. They are calculated for each future projection by selecting the rows, future projections, that belong to the analyzed projections of one descriptor bundle and then calculating the column sum. The impact scores of a descriptor define its impact balance. As an example, Fig. 4 shows 3 descriptors with 2 future projections each. The figure reflects two scenarios. Each scenario includes one future projection of each descriptor. Within Fig. 4, the scenario in each table is highlighted in gray. Scenario 1 is represented by free trade, high capability, and digital impediment. Scenario 2 consists of the future projection, free trade, high capability, and digital transformation instead of digital impediment. In Scenario 1, the impact score for free trade is calculated by adding the numbers at the vertical intersection with high capability and digital impediment 0 plus -1 equals -1. In Scenario 2, though, the impact score for free trade results in 0 plus 1 is equal to 1. Please refer to encircled numbers within the figure. Figure 4. Example CIB consistency calculation. Full-size image. In accordance with the CIB consistency principle, the scenario set has to represent the maximum impact score within an impact balance. Hence, for a consistent scenario, the chosen future projections have to achieve the maximum impact score within each descriptor. Within Fig. 4, the future projections of each scenario are highlighted with a black arrow on the top of the impact score, free trade, high capability, and digital impediment for Scenario 1, free trade, high capability, and digital transformation. For Scenario 2, the maximum value of each descriptor is highlighted with a black arrow below the impact score, protectionism, only few new ideas, and digital transformation for Scenario 1, free trade, high capability, and digital transformation. For Scenario 2, once all arrows point to the same projection, the scenario counts as consistent. This is the case in Scenario 2, lower table in Fig. 4, where all maximum values of the impact scores correspond to the projection within the scenario set. On the contrary, according to CIB, Scenario 1 is considered as inconsistent as none of the scenario assumptions fits to the maximum impact balances. The CIB offers various evaluation options for determining consistent scenarios. Scenario 2 considered in the example above applies strong consistency. This option returns only those scenarios in which the scenario assumption corresponds to the highest impact score in any case, Weimer-Jella 2008. To increase the diversity of the resulting scenarios in order to cover a wider scenario space, it is also possible to loosen the consistency principle and to allow for a certain inconsistency value while retaining the validity and plausibility of this scenario, Weimer-Jella 2018. Its simple comprehensibility and its potential to work through a complex network of interdependent factors make consistency analysis an attractive compromise between simplicity and analytical depth. For point 3, resulting set of scenarios. In the underlying case, around 63 million possible projection bundles had to be evaluated. For the consistency check conducted by the CIB tool, several consistency criteria were defined in order to reduce the range of solutions. This has resulted in 12 consistent scenarios. 2 of the resulting scenarios show an overall progressive development. Foremost, a stable political and economic environment characterizes these scenarios, aspirant and preceding. Regressive overall development characterizes 2 further scenarios represented by a politically and economically unstable situation, as well as lagging legislation and poor environmental conditions, escapism, and in danger. All other scenarios can be classified in between. They show mixed developments. Figure 5 displays the scenarios and the configuration of the projections. Figure 5. Overview of the 12 selected scenarios. Full-size image. For point 4 validation and selection of the scenarios. After the quantitative method of locating consistent scenarios has been carried out, it is necessary to validate the scenarios qualitatively to increase their interpretability and validity. Following the methodology, it is necessary to evaluate the probability of occurrence of a scenario and its impact strength on the decision field. In the underlying case, the evaluation assesses the impact strength of the macro scenario setting on supply chains. The latter evaluates the potential pressure for changes on current supply chain settings. An expert workshop is chosen to fulfill this qualitative task. Again, with regard to the topic concerning the creation of future scenarios, it is recommended to select experts with a diverse background and from different industrial sectors. A discussion round between the experts helps to formulate scenario narratives. The results of the evaluation of the scenarios are then transferred into a probability impact matrix, thus displaying the overall distribution of the scenarios. Figure 6 shows the result for the probability and impact evaluation of the retrieved scenarios. Figure 6. Overview of the assessment of the scenarios and scenario selection. Full-size image. The outcome of the assessment serves to refine the results of those scenarios which are probable and plausible and necessitate a change to future supply chains. As recommended in the literature, the number of scenarios has to be restricted to allow thorough further analysis with detailed scenario narratives. Bradfield et al., 2005, recommend a scenario set of 3 to 6 scenarios using a quantitative approach combined with expert judgments. The final number of selected scenarios is highly dependent on the number of future projections considered and their uncertainties, Ammer et al., 2013, as displayed in Fig. 6. The assessment resulted in 6 scenarios that force a strong to medium change on the supply chain, impact factor 3, and have a rather high probability, greater than 35%. 5. Conclusion. A scalable and automated framework for tracking the likely adoption of emerging technologies. Abstract. While new technologies are expected to revolutionize and become game changers in improving the efficiency and practices of our daily lives, it is also critical to investigate and understand the barriers and opportunities faced by their adopters. Such findings can serve as an additional feature in the decision-making process when analyzing the risks, costs, and benefits of adopting an emerging technology in a particular setting. Although several studies have attempted to perform such investigations, these approaches adopt a qualitative data collection methodology, which is limited in terms of the size of the targeted participant group and is associated with a significant manual overhead when transcribing and inferring results. This paper presents a scalable and automated framework for tracking the likely adoption and/or rejection of new technologies from a large landscape of adopters. In particular, a large corpus of social media texts containing references to emerging technologies was compiled. Text mining techniques were applied to extract the sentiments expressed towards technology aspects. In the context of the problem definition herein, we hypothesize that the expression of positive sentiment implies an increase in the likelihood of impacting a technology user's acceptance to adopt, integrate, and/or use the technology. And negative sentiment implies an increase in the likelihood of impacting the rejection of emerging technologies by adopters. To quantitatively test our hypothesis, a ground truth analysis was performed to validate that the sentiments captured by the text mining approach were comparable to the results provided by human annotators when asked to label whether such texts positively or negatively impact their outlook towards adopting an emerging technology. The collected annotations demonstrated comparable results to those of the text mining approach, illustrating that the automatically extracted sentiments expressed towards technologies are useful features in understanding the landscape faced by technology adopters, as well as serving as an important decision-making component when, for example, recognizing shifts in user behaviors, new demands, and emerging uncertainties. Introduction. Technological change is revolutionizing the way we lead our daily lives. From the way we work to our own homes, the integration of new technologies such as 5G, Internet of Things, IT, devices, and artificial intelligence, AI, enhances our productivity and efficiency. 1. However, while new technologies evolve and are expected to revolutionize practices, the industry is facing various barriers in terms of their adoption and implementation. The technology adoption process is affected by aspects such as the availability and quality of hardware/software, organizational role models, available financial resources and funding, organizational support, staff development, attitudes, technical support, and time to learn new technology. 2. Understanding the barriers and advantages faced by technology adopters can be a key feature that impacts essential business decision-making components, such as recognizing shifts in user behaviors, new demands, and emerging uncertainties. As such, this information can significantly aid in the development of an adequate response, such as developing a technology for addressing the new requirements in an efficient way. 3. Or developing new organizational strategies. Several studies have focused on investigating the current positive experiences and barriers of adopting emerging technologies in various settings, such as in educational institutions, e.g., 4, healthcare, e.g., 5, smart medium, enterprises, e.g., 6, and by older adults, e.g., 7. Such studies often rely on qualitative data collection methods, such as focus groups and interviews. However, this approach is associated with several limitations, including collecting data from a small and targeted sample size, which limits the variance and bias in responses, and the significant overhead associated with recruiting participants, organizing interviews, and manually transcribing and inferring results. To gain an understanding of the landscape surrounding emerging technologies from a larger sample of adopters and across different settings, a wider scope of analysis is necessary. To extract such data at scale, automated techniques are needed to collect and programmatically extract relevant information from publicly available sources. Such sources may include online social media platforms, e.g., Twitter, in which users can publish their content, presenting a wealth of information surrounding their opinions and experiences. 8. To automatically extract and process large volumes of texts originating from diverse sources, text mining techniques may be used. 9. In particular, sentiment analysis, often referred to as opinion mining, aims to automatically extract and classify the sentiments and/or emotions expressed in text. 10-11. In the context of the aforementioned problem definition, we hypothesize that the expression of positive sentiment implies opportunities and positive experiences surrounding emerging technologies, which, therefore, increases the likelihood of impacting a technology user's acceptance to adopt, integrate, and/or use the technology. Conversely, we hypothesize that the expression of negative sentiment implies the obstacles and barriers caused and faced by such technologies, which, therefore, increases the likelihood of impacting the rejection of emerging technologies by adopters. To the best of our knowledge, this paper presents the first scalable and automated framework towards tracking the likely adoption of emerging technologies. Such a framework is powered by the automatic collection and analysis of social media discourse containing references to emerging technologies from a large landscape of adopters. The main contributions of the work presented herein are as follows. The extraction of aspects relating to a range of emerging technologies from social media discourse over a period of time. The classification of the sentiments expressed towards such technologies, indicating the positive and negative outlooks of users towards adopting them. A ground truth analysis to validate the hypothesis that the sentiments captured by the text mining approach are comparable to the results provided by human annotators when asked to label whether such texts positively or negatively impact their outlook towards adopting an emerging technology. A scalable and automated framework for tracking the likely adoption and/or rejection of new technologies. This information serves as an important decision-making component when, for example, recognizing shifts in user behaviors, new demands, and emerging uncertainties. Resources that can further support research, such as a large corpus of social media discourse covering 5 years' worth of data that provide recent organic expressions of sentiment towards emerging technologies. This distinguishes our work from prior research that often relies on smaller, manually curated datasets or datasets generated under controlled experimental conditions. The study was designed as shown in Figure 1. 1. Compile a corpus of texts containing references to emerging technologies over a time period. 2. Pre-process the text responses using traditional natural language processing, NLP, techniques. 3. Divide the texts based on their publication date. 4. For each dataset in 3, automatically extract the technology aspects from the text segments. 5. For each dataset in 3, apply a sentiment analysis approach to automatically extract the sentiment expressed towards the identified aspects. And 6. Visualize and analyze the results. Figure 1. An overview of the study design. The remainder of this paper is structured as follows. Section 2 presents the related work. Section 3 discusses the collection of the texts used to support the experiments herein and the techniques used to prepare the data for such experiments. Section 4 discusses aspect-based sentiment analysis and how it was applied to the datasets. Section 5 presents and discusses the results. Section 6 quantitatively evaluates our hypothesis by comparing the automated text mining method against the impact such texts have on technology adopters. Section 7 concludes the paper, and finally, Section 8 discusses future work. 2. Related work. Several studies have explored the factors influencing technology adoption in several different settings, such as healthcare, education, smart medium enterprises, and by older adults. Such studies have often adopted theoretical frameworks, such as the Technology Acceptance Model, TAM 12, and the Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology, ATOT 13, to understand and predict the